Good evening, everybody. How are we doing? It's all going well. Hey, welcome. Friday. I feel like it's not Friday, and I don't know why. I don't know. So one of them. Oh, am I getting notifications on? I want to... Okay, that's very weird as well. I wanted to see what the temperature was, but my phone is not actually informing me at the moment. Okay. My computer tells me it's 11 degrees, supposedly. Because I'm a little cool this evening. Just a little bit cool. It's not going to last very long. My computer's soon going to start pumping out heat. But yeah, that is a good 5 or 6 degree drop on what it has been recently. So no wonder it's a bit cooler today. So, how are we all doing? Are we ready to venture out into space? Well, I say venture out into space. I suspect most of today is going to involve hanging around on New Atlantis. At least, well, that's going to be the start of the situation. I suspect a significant proportion of it. But, yeah. Should be cool. Hi. Evening, Steve. Evening, Alex. Evening, Rooney. Hope you're all doing well. Evening, Caleb. Evening, Tango. So, yeah, we are pursuing one of the two Vanguard quest lines in Starfield at the moment. We've got, we're investigating a terramorph attack on a very, very young settlement on Tau Ceti. We had a terramorph slaughter everybody in the settlement much, much sooner than terramorphs should showed up. Apparently they reliably show up roughly between 70 to 100 years after a planet is colonized by humans, which raises many, many questions. But this one showed up much, much sooner. So with the help of a researcher who was there for reasons currently unknown, slightly suspect reasons actually. Evening, Joe. How are you doing? Yeah, we grabbed the sample from the terramorph once we'd taken it down, discovered it had the same genetic markers after jumping through some hoops and finding... So, yeah. We discovered that this terramorph had grown from whatever they grow from on Tau Ceti, which basically defies conventional wisdom as to what goes on with them, like how long it takes them to develop, basically. So it should have taken 70 years, not like 4 or 5 or whatever it was. So yeah. Then she sent us off to meet an old friend of hers, a doctor she knew from the Colony Wars, because it turns out that they were both involved in xeno warfare and apparently had tried to weaponize terramorphs during the Colony Wars with no success, apparently. I was initially thinking that maybe they were developed during the Colony Wars, but it sounds like they predate the Colony War by quite a bit, especially if they didn't know. They turn up roughly 70 to 100 years after a place has been colonized. That certainly adds up with them knowing things about the timing that requires them to have been around before the Colony War, because that was only 20 years ago. So, yeah. We then discovered that this terramorph that we found on Tau Ceti had the same genetic markers as the ones that attacked a city called Londinium during the Colony War, a city that was basically bombed. Well, its spaceport was bombed out and everybody on the planet left to the mercy of the terramorphs, which, stopped them spreading, but is not an acceptable solution to the problem. And the guy who did it ended up being executed for war crimes anyway, and... Not a fan of that sort of behaviour generally, but I'm finding it hard to muster up any sympathy for him. So, yeah. Now we are trying to get into the Armistice Archives, which were established following the end of the Colony War, as a place to hold all data on xeno warfare from the UC and mech technology from, particularly, the Freestar Collective, as these were key military technologies of the time that we used to kill a lot of, well, frankly, innocent people, particularly in the case of xeno warfare. And they were locked away only to be accessed by permission of all 3 relevant factions, which also includes House Varun. And we're trying to get in there because there's data on their attempts to weaponize xenomorphs and a load of information about xenomorphs, so hopefully we'll be able to find out... not xenomorphs, terramorphs. I keep saying xenomorphs, that's the alien ones. And terramorphs are the Starfield ones. We can see why. Yeah, anyway... So somewhere in there is a load of data on terramorphs, and we need to get hold of it to find out what the hell's going on with these with this particular species showing up where they shouldn't be, and so on and so forth. And during the course of trying to get access, the spaceport in New Atlantis was also attacked by more terramorphs, and we discovered their mind-controlling powers at that point, as they managed to dominate the will of a bunch of citizens and a few security personnel as well. But we bossed in there and took out 3 of them and saved the city and stuff. And now we have to persuade the Freestar Collective delegate and the House Varun ambassador, who hasn't been seen in years apparently, that it is in their interest to let us have access to the archives, because so far the UC's on board, but we need a unanimous decision to get in there. So that's where we're up to. Ahem. Evening, Feline, how are we doing? We're all doing good. Yeah. So we know that the Freestar Collective diplomat representative person is likely to be obstinate. On the other hand, it has been implied that we might be able to find some way to more or less blackmail them into agreeing with us. So we've got that going on. And we also know that nobody's heard from the House Varun representative, despite the fact he hasn't left, apparently, in several years. So that person seems to be somewhere inside their embassy, but nobody's heard from them in years, so they might well be dead for all we know. But we do know they're quite recognisable, apparently, and have probably not left. So that'd be interesting. But first up, we have to attempt to persuade the Freestar Collective representative to allow us access to the archives, which she's probably not going to be too keen to do because we're showing up as more or less a representative of the UC. My Freestar background might help. Freestar Collective settler, colonist, whatever. Background might help. Clearly my guy is a bit of a torn individual. It's a Freestar Collective background, but the other 2 perks both ended up being UC, which is a bit kind of... but what can you do? There was no real way to tell ahead of time. Evening, Marek, how are you doing? So yeah, I might be able to swing something there, and we also might be able to talk to an underling of said representative who might well assist us in, well, basically blackmailing, I assume, his boss. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah, I jumped back in this afternoon briefly just to grab a better photo for the thumbnail. So I have moved things on to the morning. I think it's the morning. But and I also sold some stuff that I was lugging around and freed up some space in my inventory. I hadn't realised, because it was dark and all, but that's where the archives are. I didn't realise the Armistice archives are actually also a museum in the middle of New Atlantis. You'd think the Freestar Collective and House Varun, particularly the Freestar Collective, would object to this data being stored in an archive in the middle of New Atlantis. You'd think they'd want a neutral external location, but apparently not. Apparently next door to their embassy is good enough. Well, we'll see, I guess. How's it going, save? Speech was a bit over-leveled for this. Well, we'll see how this goes. Evening, Noel. How we doing? So yeah, what we got written down here? I've got the rundown from Deputy McIntyre on both ambassadors. She suggests I start by trying to negotiate with Ambassador Radcliffe for the Freestar Collective and dig up some dirt on her if she doesn't agree. We'll see how it goes. There was a receptionist last time I stuck my head in here. See if I get shot at for coming up here, but it's just an interesting mezzanine area to hang out and what, enjoy the view over the lake, I guess. Doesn't seem to be anything else up here, unless there's a hidden door or something, which wouldn't entirely surprise me. This guy doesn't seem to be wanting to. Oh yeah, somebody called ahead, didn't they? Ooh, like your gear, buddy. Like your gear. Right, let's go see the ambassador. Watch while she tosses me out the window. Or the door if I'm slightly luckier. The music's getting a little bit Firefly in it. It's cool.
Visitors are only allowed in the lobby, offices, or conference room. That means you.
I'm going to be up front with you.
Well, I didn't open the door, but she apparently did.
Anything related to the Freestar Collective. But you lead, and I'll follow.
Do I have to shoot you, Sarah? We're supposed to be getting married, and I'm blatantly a Freestar individual, and she's not very anti it. I mean, I know she fought against them in the Colony War, but, you know, remember, Sarah, you were the bad guys.
So in here, we're the law.
Contrary to what propaganda you may have been fed, you were the bad guys. Okay. This is quite nice.
It's good to be back at the embassy.
Oh, I think that's the guy who was being harassed on his way in, and we assisted him getting past the security. Because they were basically harassing him without reason.
Terramorphs, as in more than one? All that security and they still can't protect their own spaceport. The UC never fails to disappoint. I just wish I hadn't received the news from an SSNN broadcast. We have a strategic advantage to maintain, Mr. Long.
Of course, ma'am. I'll make sure it doesn't happen again.
Excuse me. Are you supposed to be in here? Guess
yes, I am.
in the lobby.
You could just shut the F up. Catch up a little bit. Yeah, doing good, thanks, Noel. Have I played with the Angry Turtle? I have not. Turtle tends to do his own thing, which is fine, but, yeah. Never had the occasion. Right, Ambassador Radcliffe. Let's get chatting.
I'm sorry. Do you have an appointment?
I'm here. Oh, this is cool. So I mentioned my Vanguard background. Seemed like a lady who wants to stop more Terramorph attacks. Well, have I got a deal for you? No. I'm here on behalf of the United Conies. We need Freestar Collective help, and I have got a Freestar Collective settler option. Good, I should do. And I like that she's got Freestar coloured smart outfit on. Here today on behalf of the United Conies, but a member of the collective like you.
Ah, so you're the one they called about. Failed to mention you were collective born. You have my thanks for what you did down there.
Technically, it's a bit weird.
Saved many lives. Now, she also mentioned that, and maybe it was just a bad connection, that now the UC wants Terramorph data from the Armistice archives, some of the most highly guarded information in the galaxy, in order to protect us all. I can only
strange
presume
proportions
you're
on
here to
this
tell me
lady,
I
but okay.
misheard her and that they didn't send you, local hero, to futilely beg on their behalf. Tell me I've got that right.
Yeah, they did say she was going to be obstinate. Yeah, I'm quite pleased with that. My character's in a bit of a weird position. He's Freestar Collective, but it's also got kid stuff, which puts your parents in New Atlantis and gives you quite a strong New Atlantis background. So I guess what, Freestar born, they decided to come over and join the UC, and you kind of went a bit of both, because you don't automatically inherit citizenship. So I don't know. Means the parents' choices don't necessarily carry over to the children, which is interesting. But yeah, it kind of works, but it's also kind of weird. I'm occasionally social. Not that social, but yeah, I'm occasionally social. I do tend to solo, though, yeah. But there are exceptions occasionally. A few people I occasionally stream with. Occasionally via, along with Bethesda and their stuff. Their folks. And also No Respawns occasionally, but you know, getting that together at the right time, because he's a bit all over the place with the schedule, is challenging. How's it going, Brad? So, yeah, we need access to the archives. You need to help us, otherwise deaths are on your hands. They sent me to beg. Please, please, pretty please. You heard correctly. I'm not going to be grovelling.
I was afraid of that. Let me be frank, Captain. The answer is no. That information is there because it is dangerous. I will not be the one responsible for its release. Now, why don't you quit wasting my time and yours, and go?
You literally were just discussing the fact that the spaceport was attacked. You must be well aware of the fact there is some kind of terramorph threat. There's at least some basis for this. You're just being obstinate for the sake of it because it's coming from the UC, which I don't blame her for at all. I would much rather see the Freestar Collective take the lead on this, but given the history of the UC, you know, and also the history of the people we're kind of working with, but we'll have to see what happens. Listen to what I have to say. I figured it's out some other way. You're serious? It was just an attack on the city. You're really not going to help us? That's a bit childish way of saying you're fucking stupid woman. But it's also kind of on point. But I'm going to persuade her because I want to make a speech check.
All right, I will give you one chance. One to convince me. Understood. I'm listening.
Right, she doesn't want to agree to this because she doesn't want the UC having access to highly dangerous data, and that's why it's locked away. So the angle is like she doesn't want to, but she doesn't want to give powerful data to... Yeah, she doesn't want to give powerful data to the potential enemy, basically. Chinese just arrived. Nice. And you can see from down the bottom here, what we got? 3, 6, 7, 8. I've got 8 points to try and get through here and in 3 turns, so she's going to take some persuading. So, Freestar Collective says, Collective is my home, I just want what's best for it, and that's working with the UC. In this case, yes. Risking more deaths, moments of crisis, real heroes emerge. Yeah, that's not that's not going to go. I think this is probably a good place to start.
Don't let yourself be taken in by their propaganda. This is a power grab, nothing more.
Well, that doesn't add up. The Terramorph Xeno Weapons Project was a failure. Knowledge isn't dangerous.
You know that for sure. That is interesting.
Well, I know that project was a failure. I don't know that if they try and restart it, it will continue to be a failure. You're a soldier, your job to protect, and that's what we intend to do with the data. You're going to risk more deaths. What happened here in London could happen to the Freestar Collective unless you help us. I'm going to try that one.
Are you suggesting we can't defend ourselves?
Yes.
The results of the colony war prove that's not the case. Captain, I'm sorry, but my answer is not changing. The UC is just going to have to find another way. Now, I presume you can see yourself out.
I can see my way to reloading that and doing it again because I'm not having that response. Let's just check when that's the correct one. That's the one I've just done, so let's have that one. This is one you just said pretty pleased to. Yeah, I don't have many points in persuade because I just haven't had anybody to persuade. The conversation options just haven't come up.
Are only allowed in the lobby, I'm going to be up front.
I see a lot.
I'm not happy visiting anything related to the Freestar Collective.
Shut it.
But you lead, and I'll follow.
I'm starting to regret certain choices I made now.
Most times, entry to New Atlantis is seamless. But on occasion, you have officers who want to settle all grievances.
Terramorphs? As in more than one? All that security and they still can't protect their own spaceport.
I see. Okay.
I just wish I hadn't received the news from an SSNN broadcast. We have
I've got a feeling I'll be coming back for that.
Mr. Long.
Of course, ma'am. I'll make sure it doesn't happen again.
Excuse me. Are you supposed to be in here?
Official business?
You underestimate the number of levels on which I'm not asking for your permission.
I'm sorry. Do you have an appointment? Ah, so you're the one they call. You have my thanks for what you did down there. Now, she also mentioned that now the UC... I can only presume.
Right. Need access to the archives.
Let me be frank, Captain. I will not be the one responsible for its release.
In case I have to do this again.
Abundantly clear, Captain. You're not
Makes me want to hit her in the head with a stick.
You're really gonna push this? All right.
I hate talking to idiots.
I'm listening.
Well, we're not a collective settler, which should have made sense to work with. Actually didn't. She just clearly does not trust them at all. Lives at stake.
And those lives are in my hands.
Yep. It's attacking your doorstep and you're going to do nothing. You see, might have done wrong in the past, but it's been 20 years since the colony war. This is true. They haven't really been quite so evil in the last 20 years, but I still don't trust them. And even if that's right, I wouldn't want to pick it. Attacking your doorstep and you're going to do nothing?
You're right. Because if not this, what other options do we have?
And the Terramorph Xeno Weapons Project itself was a failure, so we know it wasn't dangerous. We know that word last time.
The warmongers of the UC will find a way to make it dangerous. You have my word. Captain, I'm sorry, but my answer is not changing. The UC is just going to have to find another way. Now, I presume you can see yourself out.
There's something I don't quite understand. But I think I've just got around to it. Later, here you go. Don't need the tips there.
Did I not make myself a...
And she's not allowed to have an ego. She needs to back her shit down and do as she's told. So it works.
You're really gonna push this? I'm listening.
So, what went well last night? That's actually different to the one I had. Lies on your decision?
Oh, I understand precisely what's at stake here.
Hang on
The
a
balance
minute.
of galactic
Why are you
peace.
not giving me the same options you gave me before? That's weird. And kind of interesting.
Did I not make myself...
I'm really going if I fail this, I'm going to get up and shoot her in the
really
head
gonna
just for
push this?
being a bitch.
All right, I will give you one... I'm listening.
Get to tell me how many chances I get, shit like that, then just, I'm not down for that.
I suppose you might be right.
Knowledge isn't dangerous. She went for that first time and didn't go for it the second time. Which is consistent with what she's saying, because she thinks the UC is going to... She doesn't want the UC to have dangerous knowledge. So, on the other hand, that one worked out fine last time.
Doing nothing is certainly preferable to doing something irresponsible.
She's wildly,
The cost of being
nonsensical.
wrong is a high one.
At 1 minute, the same argument that she's like, yeah, that makes complete sense, is like, no, it makes no sense. It's like, no, it made sense to it. How many lives are you willing to risk because you have a grudge against UC? Now that
It's
is
possible
obviously
I
the
might
one.
be letting my history cloud my judgment. Possibly. Well,
There we go.
Captain, you make some good points. But if I'm really granting you access, I'm gonna need the following concessions. Your access will be limited. You can only take out the items related to stopping these terramorphs. The monitors will make sure of it. You go in once. You get everything you need on your trip, and never again. And all research
That's the
done
basic
with
rules
data
anyway.
will be monitored. If this data is being used to save the galaxy needs to be involved in the oversight. Freestar
That's fair.
scientists will watch your people like hawks. So, do we have an agreement?
Oh, absolutely. Agreed.
Excellent. Follow me.
Could have snuck her around and undermined her, but she's absolutely right. The UC cannot be trusted. But saying no is not a viable option either, so... I'm confused. Yeah. Also, she needs to stop thinking she gets to make decisions and do as she's damn well told, like everybody else.
They tell me it should only take a moment.
Armistice code machine. That's interesting.
There. Here, I'll reach out to Deputy McIntyre. We'll
Yeah,
coordinate the necessary oversights.
Nice.
To
It is a very
unlock the
weird facial
allies, I
model, that one.
guess.
It's the proportions are a bit odd as well for the rest of her face. Yeah, it's all good. Sneaking around and undermining her was kind of... Oh, hello. Tempting. Okay. But, I think generally I agree with her position. Like, the UC's history is not something you should be overlooking. At all. I'm kind of curious about what else is going on in this place. thought this looked like a kitchen before, but clearly not. So I can sneak in and basically steal what I need if I needed to. That's interesting. Things I don't get caught doing it. Interesting. Guessing this is her bedroom. Makes sense. We'll go here. Okay, that's the kitchen. Got a conference room. Got a waiting area. Makes sense. Bethesda's office. I guess the staff have to live and work either elsewhere or maybe they stay up here. But there's another entrance. It'll probably get me into the vent system. So there are a couple of ways in, I think.
Sorry, everyone's a little on edge after the attack.
Who's that?
Well, looks like some of the staff either stay in here or...
Wait, something's wrong.
Do you have a problem with me being in there? I'm guessing... Oh, currently trespassing, okay. Didn't see a whole lot of warning about that, but okay. Interesting. I think that's not the way I wanted to go. And there's the door here that's somebody's bedroom from the look of it. I guess... Thought I saw another one? No, just... wonder what's in there. Interesting. I'm having serious regrets at the moment about my choice of romancing Sarah, because I like Sarah a lot, but she's so UC and it's like... It's just a bit gross. Right, now we need to go and investigate the House Varun Embassy. It's got the free archival code, now need the Varun code. Time to talk to Ambassador Balmore, who hasn't been seen in years and may or may not be still alive. I think this is going to be more interesting.
The FC's no friend of you and me. The Freestar Collective has no place in New Atlantis.
What's your problem?
What's my problem with them? Really? I'm keeping the FC accountable for the terrible things they've done.
You're like
The
trying to
colony
live...
war was an unforgivable tragedy. Countless lives could have been spared, but the Freestar Collective was out for blood.
I've just been drinking a
Freestar
Kool-Aid.
Collective took my father away from me.
United Colonies due first blood at Siege of Vesta. There we go.
Unbelievable. You're just like the rest of them. You refuse to take any responsibility. How can you live with yourselves?
Hot kettle
I'm
black
sick
woman.
of the FC's lies. How are the people of the UC supposed to get any closure? How am I going to get any justice for what happened to my father? I'm done talking to you. Get away from me. Good. Now stay
I'm
away.
gonna go ahead and assume my father was a United Colonies soldier who was therefore one of the bad guys. Sorry, hon, your dad was not on the side of the good guys. So is this the House Varun? Yeah, this must be the House Varun Embassy. Interesting.
It's a shame House Varun abandoned their embassy. I bet we could have learned a lot from one another.
So you're happy to have something to do with the crazy space people who just popped up and suddenly declared war on everybody, but the Freestar Collective, who were just defending their homes, them you have a problem with working with. You're nuts, woman. You're nuts. Yeah, oh, that's why I can't get in the front door, because it's kind of treated as being closed. Fenced off. That's interesting. And yet I have authorization, yet I still have to try and sneak in through a side door. It's kind of easy to miss the fact that this is actually a building, where, as opposed to just some kind of like wall or structure. It doesn't exactly draw the eye, which is interesting. There's all the other stuff around it does. There's the side door. That is conveniently not blocked off, because, you know, why do the logical thing? So go that way. In the meantime, what's up here? the roof, which I hear is on fire. Apparently not. Venus, I'm now on the roof of Galbank, I think. Yeah, more or less. It leans out all the way over this far. That's interesting. I didn't really realise this roof stretched out as far as it does. From down below, I wasn't looking up, I guess. There's another entrance over here, which this is not the back of the Galbank. This is something else, I think. Infinity Limited HQ. I guess there's going to be a quest that's going to involve breaking in there somewhere. I don't know anything about Infinity Limited. At least we know there's a door as roof access. Access via the roof, rather. Intriguing. Well, I just got myself turned around. I just feel like I have. Yes. I'm still turned around again, actually. Well, I suppose that's why this door is not sealed, because it goes elsewhere and there's other places you might need access to. They did warn us that there might be security in here. Well, this is cool. I was thinking this was somewhere I wanted to go and explore, because you hear people talking about the House Varun embassy. What the F happened in here? I'm going to go out on a limb and guess zealots attack this place. House Rune logo is really quite cool. Reminds me, I need to get some pictures of my character. Alright, let's have you send over here, shall we?
If you want help, I'm here. Take your time.
More light on this side, so I'll stand on this side, I think. Oops. Hoof. Hoof. Okay. Well, they went wrong there. Not quite what I was hoping for, but still. Someone had a party to remember. Day before Doomsday is always the most fun day being in a cult. Yeah, generally. Unless it's one of those cults where everybody kills themselves before Doomsday. Oh. Yeah, Sarah, just read my mind, will you? Not
If you
much.
need something. All right, let's go.
We do need a setting in photo mode that just like when allows you to make your companions disappear, as well as the player character, obviously. See, lobby first floor, lobby second floor. Well, that's going to take me up, whereas the embassy apparently is down, because this must be where I am right now. And the very, very unhelpful nature of the lift system in this game. Again, we've got another mezzanine over a lobby in an embassy that has basically no function other than to be an additional waiting space. Bit weird. Let's tell me, is this one? Starfield future version of a Karen. She's a bit of a nagging individual at times. Big ass Varine logo. Hope I get to learn more about House Varine as the game goes on, you know. That does look quite cool.
This isn't what I expected at all. It appears the flora they were using as decor has overgrown the entire embassy.
This is very true. It also appears that's because it's been untended and knocked over and stuff for quite some time. There's a lobby security computer. I think I want to check that first. It's rather easy, isn't it? It's a novice security level. Turret control, activate turrets, update friend and foe settings for sure. I'm going to leave them as they are actually for now, just in case, because it says they're not active. And since, oh, there's a turret. I don't want them to accidentally attack somebody agreeable. You know, like any of the Varune representatives, otherwise they'll be disinclined to help me, I think. UC leather jumpsuit, that doesn't make a lot of sense in there. Power switch. Intercom. Beware defenses restore power. Currently listed as inactive, so that's alright. Just in case, what I'm going to do is update the IFF settings and leave them inactive.
I've never seen a tree like this before in my entire life. It'd actually be more fascinating if its branches weren't blocking our way.
Curious about this blue mist. That's probably going to give me hallucinations.
If you're searching them, make it quick.
Not quite what I had in mind, but
And that, my friend...
So those would be the defences they were concerned about, huh? They haven't proved to be very effective so far. Fortunately, I spotted the laser on that one. Oh, that's not creepy at all. Why would there be a random mannequin in the toilet? It's Bethesda, that's why. Is it like creeping you out like that? Here's Vate's turret gets shot by turret. Yeah, well, this is one of the reasons I rather carefully switch the IFF over on it. I remember this place from sneak attack damage and sneak bonus. I remember this place from the Starfield Direct. Because Bethesda has written, yeah, exactly. Robot control interface. Update IFF. I'm still wondering what removing the combat inhibitors does, but I've got a sneaking suspicion it might just send them haywire and make them attack me. The other thing I think it might do is possibly... that reminds me, actually. I think it might possibly make them more dangerous. And I have concerns regarding that. That reminds me. I wanted to... I was thinking earlier. I've only got 16 med packs. Only. I've got 45 trauma packs right now. So for now, as these weigh a lot too, I'm going to put those in instead of med packs because they're basically the same thing but better and they have weight. So let's use some. But this is really interesting if you've got Androsia with you. Well, updating the IFF was definitely the play. On the other hand, they are kind of now blocking my progress. You're not letting the serpent guide you. Their beliefs are a bit weird, but I am curious about what the rest of them might be. What other things they might believe. Don't know if she got it or I did, but either way. It's trippy as hell. I suspect we will be going upstairs in a minute. Or possibly downstairs, one or the other. Either way, I'm being encouraged to go this way right now. I did. One more turret remaining to grant release, apparently. That was definitely not the right thing to do. Well, apparently. It's also not the right thing to do. These more, they're not quite the same, are they? It must be one of these. It must fit somewhere slightly different. There. And then this one. That one, apparently. Okay. That was weirdly hard for a simple one. No, and after all that, it was turret control for the turrets outside the door that I already destroyed because I didn't go and get shot in the back. Let's get a free ship. Nice. So apparently that way. The pointing upstairs thing. Oh, it's inaccessible anyway. Okay, well, that answers that, doesn't it? Sort of kind of maybe blind fired that a little bit, but anyway. Some interesting bits and pieces for my trouble here. Coffee machine, because even house for room like their coffee. Get out of my grill, asshat! Trying to shoot the guy. Can't shoot him. Trying to reload. Can't reload. Get out. Can't see what's going on either to really tell what's going. Why I can't reload because the black robot is soaking up all the light. That was unexpectedly difficult. Who puts a turret in front of a coffee machine? Crazy space religious nuts, that's who. Puts on Millennium Falcon. Nice. Okay, well, that was a tiny little bit unanticipated. So I made the right choice and it was the wrong choice. Okay. I see, there were multiple positions that one went in and it just wasn't that position. Okay. So it actually was the wrong choice. Or the wrong right choice, depending on how you look at it. Doesn't work anywhere. Or destroyed turrets, okay. It's the other door that would have got me in here, so presumably the ambassador's office. So, basement apparently. Demons, huh? This doesn't look like it was terramorph damage, so don't know what kind of trouble might be down here. Eliminate the basement guardians. Finished off there, Sarah. Could have been a little bit more helpful and got stuck in a bit more, but still. Well, the House of Varun embassy is every bit as weird as anticipated.
So, what seems punishment becomes providence. A reminder we can never truly know the Great Serpent's designs for us. You have my thanks, and my apologies for the ordeal you just endured. Come, let us discuss.
Sounds good. We're going in now. I'm going to have a very quick shofty, because, you know, I can do that, apparently. I think that emergency kit I picked up is like the third tier of medkit, which is cool. Well, so apparently he's locked himself in the basement, which fortunately has a kitchen and food supplies. And presumably been living down here for the last couple of years since something went belly up. Inside the Viper's Nest. Incredible story of the Serpent's Crusade. I see. Historical film. Possibly a documentary.
Ideal introduction, I suppose, giving you a grand tour of the embassy via barely functioning intercoms. I do greatly appreciate your persistence. I suspect the Venom tree upstairs has worked itself into more systems than I'd realized. But then again, who could cage such a beauty? Eh? Tell me though, what is it like outside? I heard the broadcast mentioning an attack. Then the embassy was struck with a power surge and then silence. Has the rest of the city suffered quite so badly?
So he's living here alone from the look of it, and has been for a long time, presumably the only human representative of House Varun here, or left, with just robots for support. Okay. And this tree pouring out clouds of the Venom tree upstairs, and he's just kind of okay with that. So we're having to power surge. Everyone in the city's better than this time. Space sports are in rough shape. Did you say that point? Yeah, tell me about this venom tree.
Harmless spores, you have my word, but hard to navigate. Hence why I was guiding you through the intercoms to restore the environmental controls. And release me. It is the sap of the tree that gives it its... well, perhaps not a topic for this exact moment. But I must know of the rest of the city. Does it still stand?
So what happened here? Power surge?
I take it you didn't have such an experience where you were then, hmm?
I knew.
Yes, the entire embassy was thrown into lockdown, trapping me in my quarters, disabling the venom tree's filters, and arming the defenses. A disconcerting experience, to say the least. Was the rest of the city spared?
So the reason nobody's seen him in about 4 years is because he hasn't wanted to come out then, from the sound of it. Spaceport's in rough shape, not much else damaged.
Is that right, huh? I shall need to have these repairs seen to sooner rather than later. Now, it cannot solely be the Serpent's grace that brought you here at such an opportune
It's
moment.
3 yellow eyes.
You were sent by the UC. That much is obvious. Who else could just waltz through my door, hmm? And the broadcast spoke of terror morphs at the spaceport. A worrying occurrence, certainly, but coming here of all places, when all I could provide is some enthused cheerleading and... an archive code. So the
Indeed.
UC requires information, then.
He's a
On
bright
terror
fella.
morphs, presumably, hmm? Do I see this all clearly?
Bingo, hand over your code so I can get out of here. Going to ensure something like this doesn't happen again. We need your code to do it. Going to use the station in the archives to better understand and stop these attacks.
The preservation of life stands as the very purpose of the archives.
So that's pretty much true. That's a good
Using its
interpretation.
data to prevent more attacks, there is logic there.
He does have a Spock vibe,
But
doesn't he?
if I am to grant you access, I have a requirement. For years, House Varun has been known only as an agent of slaughter. We founded this embassy with hopes of shedding that legacy.
You haven't
With
stuck your nose out the door in
little
4 years.
success. In exchange for my code, I require this. You must be the one who ensures it is used for good. Ensure House Varun's legacy is more than just carnage. The knowledge you ask for isn't evil. No knowledge is. It is we who bend it to evil ends. Oh, you must assure me this will be used to save lives, not endanger them.
That's the plan. Can't know exactly how this play out. He's just an old man in a basement. You don't get to tell me what to do, Ambassador. You see, he's much politer than the last Bint had to deal with, so I'm kind of okay with that. Knowledge can't be evil. Knowledge of, say, gunpowder? Fireworks? Mining? I mean, there's some debate in there. Again, there's some knowledge that probably can be only used for evil. I mean, an easy example there springs to mind is like nerve agents. There's no version of using nerve agents that has anything other than an evil application. So that, I mean, there's the argument that you need knowledge of them to counteract them, but that still requires evil to occur in the first place for you to have that need. So, still doesn't change much. Scarlet Sniper outfit for 39. It's not bad. Been around for a long time now. How are you doing, Postal? You doing well? Yeah, nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons fall in basically the same category. There's not really a good end to be using them. I mean, there's an argument for whether or not the saving countless lives by nuking Hiroshima and Nagasaki is a thing, but it also directly killed a shit ton of lives, and yeah. It's an attempt to find the lesser of two evils doesn't change the fact that it's still evil, really, does it? I would say it's very good so far. It's got the usual kind of wobbly bits that you'd expect of a Bethesda game, though less of them on the whole. But they're still working on fine-tuning some of the last bits with player feedback and stuff, and obviously ironing out the last few wrinkles, as you'd expect from a big game that's just launched. Yeah, I'm thoroughly enjoying it so far. Yeah, I'll just make sure it's used for good. As in, I will
As
quite
the chair
gladly
of
shoot
Constellation,
anybody.
I take personal responsibility in vouching for this man's integrity. He'll keep his word.
Oh, it reminds me, actually.
Well then, I shall not fear.
Don't worry, if
Please,
anybody has any other ideas, I'll
follow
shoot
me.
them. Yeah, I still have a number of questions I'd like to ask you, like, what the fuck have you been doing the last 4 years, dude? That would be my
Let's hope
main...
it still works.
Apparently I can help myself to this stuff. I like the credits. I have the spacesuit because it's worth a lot of money. Yeah, I might as well just have everything there, hadn't I?
And there.
Yeah, he has been keeping out down here. Him and any other survivors.
Let it be used for good.
Thank you. That is the plan. I mean, I could take that and it's not stealing, and it's better than my current one. In every way except for one. But I'll come back to that in a minute. And that's even better. But it's a basic. And it's ugly. Not for all the...
You're carrying too many odds and ends. Time to let something go.
But she's naggy. I'm really regretting my decision to make a commitment to Sarah, and I can't kick her out of my party. I didn't mean to do that. Unless I did. But you didn't seem to notice and doesn't seem to have a problem with me. Crime. We haven't got a trespass list there, even though I technically did trespass earlier. Right, I could hack that. There's another antique videotape. Guess while they've been locked in down there, they've been watching videos, have they? Spark?
The great serpent guide your path.
So where'd the rest of the embassy staff leave? Where did they go?
The affairs of House Varun are our own. They left. That is all there is to be said on the subject.
Why'd you stay behind?
House Varun committed itself to the armistice. This was said at the time to be the desire of the Great Serpent, and I do not believe the Serpent decides such things on a whim. So, when my brethren left, I remained, honoring the Serpent's will as I saw fit, as is the right of all his followers.
That's quite cool. Great Serpent, that's your god, right?
The Great Serpent is so much more than a god. It is fate itself. When our founder, Jinan Varun, left the United Colonies 140 years ago for distant stars, it was the Serpent that compelled him to found his now great house. The Serpent made us who we are today. Its voice speaks to us, shepherding us through the dark, and infuses our lives with the meaning the universe so often fails to provide.
What's it been like being from House Varun in New Atlantis?
It was tolerable, even pleasant, when my brethren were here in the embassy with me. We remade this place as best we could into a home we all would recognize. Our native flora, our iconography,
Makes sense.
our connection to the Serpent, they came with us. With my brethren gone, it has been trying. But the Great Serpent has always provided me a path in my darkest moments.
He absolutely does sound a bit like Artyom, yeah. Yeah, Postal, I am on PC. He does sound a little bit like an exile, but clearly chose to stay behind because he felt the ambassador's role was important. Although he hasn't actually stuck his nose out the door in several years, which is weird. Don't grab Sarah as a follower. Yeah, I am kind of regretting some of my choices regarding romancing Sarah. Thought it was a good way to go, and she seemed alright. Bit naggy on occasion, but not too bad. yeah, a bit naggy on occasion. And then things got going okay, it seemed alright. And now I'm stuck with her until I marry her. Can't swap her out even if I want to. And she's getting more and more anti-Freestar, and I'm getting a bit annoyed with her for that. It's like, yeah, you're a little too yay go us and ignoring the fact you're the bad guy. Well, the DUC basically are. Is it a lamp? Doesn't look like a lamp. I wonder if she'll come round as to... Ooh, Maroon Ambassador suit. Wouldn't mind if I do. Only because I think it might be interesting to stick it on display somewhere. But yeah, it seems he's been living down here on his Jamesy and plans to continue doing so. Bit weird, isn't it? Oh God, what my cucumber by? Wait, how am I over encumbered? Oh, I've got a few. I've got spacesuits and packs and. Quite a cool look. If you wanted to go House of Ruin for your background, that would be the outfit to be wearing, wouldn't it? Which is quite cool. Good to know about, because I might consider going House of Ruin Bounty Hunter one day as a build. It'd be quite fun, I think. Dump some stuff on Sarah and go and sell it. Oh, I wanted to have a look at my packs, didn't I? Because that one is only slightly better, but it's a power boost pack as well, which is quite handy. But it loses the bolstering thing, which I do kind of not really want. And that's got some good stats as well, but it's a basic. But that's the best one of the lot, but it's the basic one, and it looks like that, you know? It's seriously ugly. I don't know. It's kind of hard to decide whether or not to get rid of the bolstering one so I get more damage resistance as I take more damage.
Always a pleasure. Bring me anything useful?
I think what I'll do... Dump the resources on her. And then I can flog the stuff I want to flog. It's like a lovely idea if you've been to up your own bottom. So I suppose I can open that now. No. Any rune store and keycard can unlock. I don't recall seeing another way up. My dear, another lift or anything. Technically, this is a basement level, isn't it? Because I did have to go down the lift to get here, so... oh yeah, I remember that way. I guess the power is on and the spores are being pulled out again now, making the place a bit easier to breathe in. There's ironic. Interesting. Bit of a mess, bit of a weird layout. Place needs cleaning up a bit. But beyond that, I suppose weird is about what you'd expect from House of Ruin, isn't it? He's been watching home movies. Married Androsia, Steve. Yeah, I'm wondering if that might not have been the play. I get the feeling, post that they did put a little bit extra effort into the into the console version of the game. Yeah, which is not surprising. Xbox would particularly want that for such a closely watched launch. I didn't, City. Yeah, you married Androsia as well. Yeah. I can't seem to give... I don't think I have the option to give Sarah the kick on that quest line until... I think the only way out at this point is whether or not I get the option to leave her at the altar, which would be pretty shit, really, wouldn't it?
Something you might be interested in.
Please, if you experience any issues in your dealings with the distribution center, let us know. We're always striving. Welcome to UC Distribution. Yes, of course.
Right, let's get some selling on the go. I think that. Yeah, that's one ugly spacesuit. That is too ugly to use. This one I might hold on to while I scratch my head about it. Sweet. Keeping that mostly for novelty. Anything in here? Probably, that can go. Can go. I think I'm all good on this, unless I picked anything else up in the last while. I don't think I did. Oh yeah, pick that up. Cool.
Right.
Nice.
Come back if you need something else.
Shed a few pounds. Yeah, Android's just pretty cool so far. I do need to find out a lot more about her. So I'm assuming my next goal is to go and speak to... what's her name? Deputy McIntyre, yeah. Thought that might be the case. Around where we go. Getting a little close to some spoilers there, Steve. Yeah, I got a side quest to do. I like Vasco, he's just not very effective. He's not particularly good in combat, that's all. Otherwise, I'd probably have him running around with me. He's quite noisy too.
On the record? What response?
I'm told by top officials the cabinet already has a plan in place to open the Armistice archives.
Unless that archive's full of ordnance, it's not enough.
I see. Well, thank you for taking the time.
Hey, publish what I said, all right? Something needs to be done.
Oh, I'm as concerned as you are. Thank you again for speaking with me.
The guy looks like a Freestar fellow who's hanging out in New Atlantis. There's clearly a few of them over here.
Keeping the skies safe out there?
More the ground at the moment, actually, but yeah. Codsworth vibes. Yeah, he's definitely filling a similar position, isn't he?
Captain, you're back sooner than... Oh, wait. Did you actually succeed? With Radcliffe? And Balmore? We're all in agreement.
Yeah. Harder than expected, both parties are on board. Yeah, the whole persuading of the angry woman who quite annoyed me by being just generally angry was well and good. I should give credit that the character is sufficiently annoying is good writing. She's obstinate for the sake of it, not listening to what I have to say. I want to shoot her. Balmore's alive thanks to me, and he's got his code. Collected both pieces. Yes, Balmore's alive.
You saved him. You Vanguard really do take that above and beyond thing seriously, don't you? Fine work. And now, I've already arranged everything with the archival monitors. When you get down there, the UC monitor will give you instructions on how to deploy the codes. Follow them to the letter. Here, the UC code piece, and an archival access card. The entrance is just on the other side of the plaza across from Mass.
So we discovered.
Absolute best behavior down there, all right?
Indeed.
Just doesn't add up. Spaceport has anti-Xeno protocols. How the hell does a whole herd of Terramors touch down undetected?
I wouldn't say they're exactly undetected, but they obviously got a lot closer than they were supposed to. Well, if it's a side quest I haven't done yet, Steve, which it isn't. Actually, I did know she was in there because, helpfully, the internet is covered in spoilers, as always.
Can I help you?
But I was a bit pissed when I saw the name pop up. I was like, how to recruit? And I was like, well, fuck you for your fucking video, you asshole. I think it was YouTube that I first saw it on. Like, that's not the sort of stuff you should be making content on. It's not at this stage, anyway. Maybe a couple of months on down the line. By which time, of course, it's probably redundant. But, yeah. Slapping spoilers right out on the front of stuff is not really the way to go. I was not impressed. Who was that? Or it might have been somebody's article on Twitter. In either case, it still pissed me off. Yeah, I didn't realise until later this place was actually... the archives is actually a bloody museum. I think you can actually peruse it and treat it as an ordinary museum as well as the archives, I think. I don't know. Safeguard the past to secure the future. The Armistice Archives. Well, this reminds me of Stargate. Recall the cost of unfettered war. We stand as the bulwark of peace. There you go. All three put together. I object to the UC being higher than everything else. It should be on a level, really. I also am not particularly keen on the whole places in New Atlantis. It should be somewhere else. There's a 3-star guard there. There's a UC guard there. Where's the House for Ruin one? I have things I would like to raise as a point. I'm going this way, for sure. Here we go. This looks interesting.
We've been expecting you. Please approach the monitoring station and we will go over the rules.
Okay. Facilities governed under interfactional treaty regulation. Illicit actions and behaviour will be punished to the fullest extent of law. No visitors. All personnel require MassSec Alpha clearance. Yeah. I mean, I suppose the archives are beyond this door and they probably can't get in there except under very specific circumstances. By order of the Armistice Article 1361A, it shall be Central Archive, guarded by 3 parties, the Freestar Collective, House Varun, and the United Colonies, for the collection and protection of all knowledge, research, and documentation depicting, describing, or in any way related to technologies and mechanisms banned by this armistice. It should be governed by the following laws. Access to all information in archive mutually managed by all 3 parties. Access only permitted by unanimous agreement of authorized factional representatives. The facility will be under direct control of no sovereign faction, except for it's in the middle of New Atlantis, so it's under the direct control of the UC, whether you like it or not. No single party permitted to overrule the others. All decisions regarding matters pertaining to the archives must be unanimous. Any attempt at unauthorized access will be considered active aggression against all parties. Each party commits to defend the others against any such attempts. We have actually read this before, I think. Yeah, the fact it's in New Atlantis bothers me on numerous levels, because it's not under anybody else's control more than anybody else's, except UC security, and the UC's placed higher than everybody else, and the UC's logo is there and nobody else's, and there's numerous things that actually do put the UC way above everybody else. It's like, think it should not be here. And I think they would have kicked off about it, to be honest.
To the archives. To proceed, you will need to deposit your codes into the 3 corresponding receptacles. Once they are verified, I will open the door. Your data resides in Unit 18. You will not be able to access any of the other units. Once you've collected your data, return to the entrance. You may insert the first of the archival codes when you're ready to begin.
Alright, Unit 18. Interesting, they're spread out around the building. That doesn't make much sense. I guess that would be the UC. Logically, this must be the Freestar side representative and their code for verification. So this must be where House Varun person is, or should be, except they're not there. Yep, it's the Varun code. It's a bit weird and problematic, but okay. Nice temperate plan to put an outpost on. All the resources we want close. We haven't found a summer home. Sounds nice. Yeah, I gotta get onto the spaceship thing eventually once I've got my settlement, my outpost skills leveled up enough. Bothering me that my health isn't where I want it to be. So, that's the archive, and all the data is presumably solid materials were destroyed and data was stored here. Looking at that, because yeah. T for Terramorph. Terramorph data from the Xenoweapons project gathered. Now I get the hell out of here. In fact, I walk back through that door already. I'm surprised they haven't locked it already. I have a few objections here. I'm a bit picky, but I'm blatantly being a bit picky, but how you doing, Harold? I haven't done any building in a bit, but I'm not sure what I'm actually going to do next, to be honest. I've got a few ideas, and we'll see how things come together. Posts in here about the trial of 3 UC war criminals, including Victus, top of the list, at the front there, I imagine. Creation of the archives. I feel like there is supposed to be a whole load more history knocking around. Maybe it's somewhere else in the other building or something. So I did read that there was an actual museum somewhere around, but I haven't actually seen anywhere to explore that particular angle. Unless maybe it's in here. So I don't know what this thing is, but it looks like it might be potentially interesting eventually. Aphelion reality. This is obviously not the museum. And then there's a couple of things over that side that look vaguely interesting. So where am I heading now? I didn't actually see it. Time to return to Deputy McAdare, who is... I guess that lift is pointing me towards the lift in the train station, transit hub, rather than the one over here, which is a bit odd. Ooh, that was a bit hard on the eyes. Considering the frame rate actually went up there, that's a bit weird. Right. Job is a good one.
There you are. Captain, Deputy told me what went down. Impressive work.
Captain,
yep.
If you'd be willing to transfer the documents to the Major, she and I have been discussing what comes next.
Yes, there's certain issues there. The Freestar Collective are not very happy about that. Neither are House of Ruin, and I will have to shoot you if you're up to no good. Bear it in
Time for
mind,
us to
son.
start getting some real answers and figure out if we've been asking the right questions. So whenever you're ready.
Glad to be rid of it. Made someone a promise. I'm sure the state will be used for good. Answer to stop people attacks really in here. Let me take care of one thing first. Made someone a promise.
Yes. It will be. Percival and I have done our damage. This is us starting to put some things right. So with the data out of the way,
Here's
we've
hoping.
been discussing where exactly this work's getting done. The Red Devil's headquarters on Mars, back where you found Percival, seemed the natural spot. Already has the equipment, the safety measures. Though it sounded like the deputy had a few more things she needed to discuss with you first.
Indeed. The most important of which is getting you your citizenship.
Then I guess we'll see you on Mars.
Captain, if you'll follow me.
Yep, was supposed to be my primary reward for completing this. Was getting my UC citizenship like 10 years early. Yeah, that's one of the things they don't tell you in the Vanguard. Interesting haircut for a civil servant. One of the things they don't tell you in the Vanguard recruiting materials, it's going to take you 10 years of service with the Vanguard, with the exception of exceptional service, to get yourself bumped in, to get your citizenship. But there's also an extremely good chance that if you're going out dealing with pirates and getting into space battles and what have you, and whatever else the Vanguard requires of you, that you may not make it 10 years. 10 years is a long time under those circumstances. So I guess the citizenship is, I mean, I suppose it's their way of preventing the city from becoming overpopulated. You got it in 3 without this quest line. Oh, that's a view. There's a... Oh, don't fall off. There's a spaceport. That'll be my ship down there. You can just see sticking out the front. We do see ships taking off at the back of the spaceport as well, which is interesting. I feel like it probably needs at least one more landing pad for a city of this size. Some of the LODs issue is, you know, the eternal Bethesda thing. That's the commercial district. That's where my parents live, somewhere in there. Because they've got a nice place in a very nice building. Yeah, I'm gonna... there's definitely some kind of facility out there with a landing pad and stuff. Interesting. Actually, a lot more going on in the area around here than I thought. I wonder if I can actually run out and go and see this stuff. I probably can, actually. If these are involved in the anti-Xeno warning system. And it won't take Terramorphs very long to cover that ground, which is probably relevant. I'm a little surprised Bethesda, knowing that their LODs is not necessarily the best thing ever, would stick you in a scene deliberately with such a massive depth to it. Anyway, where were we?
All right, Captain. Are you ready to become a citizen of the United Colonies?
Does this mean I can't... This doesn't mean I can't be a citizen elsewhere, does it?
It doesn't. We don't really care where else you might have been or might become a citizen. Once you earn your place in the United Colonies, it's yours.
It's a very kind of weird position, but okay.
Good. This isn't the only item we need to discuss, so I'll give you the short version.
Nice.
Please raise your hand. Captain, through your actions today and in days past, you have earned your place among the United Colonies. Through service, bravery, strength, and upholding of the mutual good. Will you carry and cultivate these values for as long as you remain a citizen?
Kind of okay with all of that, yeah. Sure, whatever. If I've really got to do all that, yeah, sure.
Then, Captain, I'm pleased to welcome you into the United Colonies as a full citizen. Here, your official ID and your citizenship dispensation. We've also let the
$5,000, nice.
Realty office out in the plaza know you're approved to purchase property.
Affiliate Realty office.
Now, the other item we needed to discuss. There's a member of the UC who's asked to speak to you, but this person is in a sensitive position.
Hmm.
Normally, we wouldn't even consider something like this, but we think this person has information that could prove useful in dealing with the
I got a bad
Terrorwolves.
feeling about this.
And they've stated they'll only share it with you. They asked for you by name. So I need your agreement that everything you're about to see is kept in the strictest confidence. You can tell no one. Can you agree to these terms?
I have a really bad feeling that I know who this might be. Yeah, that's kind of worrying. Don't know if I can agree to that. Thanks but no thanks. Who are you talking about?
I'm sorry. I can't share any more without your word. Do I have it?
Oh. Don't know if I can agree to that at all.
I understand this puts you in a strange position, but this information is too sensitive to share without your agreement. Can I count on you to keep this between just you and I?
No! No, thank you.
I'm sorry to hear that, Captain. Unfortunately, this isn't negotiable. When you change your mind, I'll be here.
You've got to agree to something that you really shouldn't be agreeing to if you want to advance the quest line. I have a problem with this on numerous levels. Of course, that doesn't make it unrealistic, I suppose.
Can I trust you not to speak of anything you're about to learn? We'd never even consider this something normally. But you were asked for.
I think I'm about to find out that they didn't execute Vae Victis, and that he's still alive and has knowledge of the Terramorphs.
Let's hope it never comes to that. Head to the elevator. You're going to subsection 7. I'll make sure you're cleared for access by the time.
And if that's what happens, I will be tackling. Big time. Even if it's going to start a war, which it probably is. Yeah, I've got a really bad feeling about this. Either that or they've been continuing their Xeno Warfare projects. Subsection 7, yeah. Either I'm going to find out they've been continuing the Xeno Warfare research illegally. And including trying to weaponize Terramorphs. Or I'm about to find out that they did actually create the Terramorphs, which doesn't really chop with the timeline as far as I'm aware, but we'll see what's about to happen. Still got me guns, so...
I've lived in New Atlantis almost my entire life, and I had no idea this place even existed. The UC certainly excels at keeping secrets.
It's a storage place with a material repository. And whatever's down there, I have got a bad feeling about this.
Logging authorized entry, unsealing access. You may proceed down the corridor. But there are no additional visitors permitted. Your friend's gonna have to wait out here.
I'll be fine. You go on ahead.
This is looking more and more like some kind of extremely high-tech prison. Yep. I'm about 90% sure.
Welcome, Captain. Please, come down and approach the intercom. You and I should chat.
So, it looks like I was absolutely bob on. Which is actually, I kind of approve of the outcome, but it is problematic. It's not telling me who this person is. Listen, I think it is. No, it's not. Press the Garvey.
President Abeyo was kind enough to give me a few files to peruse. Quite the series of accomplishments you've managed.
Yep.
But now you face
He looks like he's the right sort of person.
an invisible enemy lurking in the shadows. You're going to need all the help you can get, which is why I hoped we could speak. Do you know who I am?
A dead man, supposedly. Given the amount of security, you're either important or dangerous. You look sort of familiar. Can't say I do. Guy can't afford a place with a view. You do look sort of familiar. Well, that would just be giving away that I know his cloned daughter without needing to. Important or dangerous?
Perceptive. I like that. I'm Francois Senon.
Fucking called it.
Most know me as Victus. I was an admiral during the Colony War. One of its great villains, if you believe the slates. I was to be executed for my crimes. But the previous regime deemed me too valuable to simply discard. So they put me here. A sacrifice on the altar of peace. Even my death served the colonies.
So, I'm entirely against the idea that they executed him for what he did. So the fact that they didn't, I approve of. However, chuck him in a reasonably comfortable underground prison for the rest of his life seems like an appropriate place to put him, given everything he'd done. However, they're keeping it quiet so they can continue to use him, and that's not cool. That's basically trying to circumvent the treaty, and they're using his experience and knowledge to gain an advantage. There's a bit more questions as to exactly... Oh, shut up. Exactly why, particularly the Freestar Collective, wanted him put on trial, and the other people who stood trial with him. But basically, given what he did, he absolutely deserved to be. He's a war criminal. But yeah, I mean, the prison bit I'm entirely down for. That's entirely appropriate and the right answer. But the fact that they were secretive about it and have kept him hidden away, and that is, what are they up to? I don't like this. As I keep pointing out, QC, they're the bad guys. Lying all this time, one of the chatty ghosts I've ever met. Except about what you actually want. Sanon, that's Hadrian's last name. You see faked your death then, so what do? You see faked your death then.
One final act of rebellion by the leadership that lost the Colony War. The trial was authentic. I faced tribunal with dignity. But my execution... staged. A lethal injection that was anything but. The cabinet at the time, long gone now, wished to keep me on as an advisor. And considering the other option, I was in no place to refuse.
Yeah.
So I elected to trade my freedom for my continued existence. But such is the life of a soldier.
Yeah. Fucking know it. So, what did you do then?
To warrant my execution.
Yeah, let's hear his words on it.
The charges I faced after the war were twofold. The first was the destruction of civilian ships during the Battle of Xion.
Yeah, that one I'm not so sure about.
Ships were actively attacking my fleet. The other was ordering the bombing of the Londinian spaceport to halt the spread of the Terramorph outbreak there. The city and its citizens were lost, but countless others likely saved. And for doing what was right...
No, you didn't.
I was put on trial. And my life irrevocably changed.
So yeah, the whole civilian fleet thing, the Freestar Collective pulled together a civilian fleet who helped them win the Battle of Xion. That was where the origin of Vanguard is as well, because it's modelled on that fleet, which was disbanded after the war, incidentally. And yet the Vanguard still exists. Interesting, isn't it? So yeah, like that part I'm not actually quite so bothered about, because they were willing active combatants in the battle. That's kind of, it's more like he opened fire on, well, not necessarily. They swung the difference against the warships, because I don't exactly know the ins and outs of the battle, but I think they were more like mercenaries than... You keep talking, I'm going to walk around there and slap you, dude. I think they're more like mercenaries than... privateers might be another good word. Much like the Vanguard, rather than anything else. But still, willing active combatants, so that's kind of fine. But the fact that you just basically left an entire city to be slaughtered, it's like, as I said last time, it doesn't matter if there is no other option. You find another option anyway, because no other option is not acceptable. You know, this is one of those circumstances where the only acceptable thing is do the impossible. Like, impossible is not an acceptable answer under these circumstances. So, for leaving an entire city to be mauled to death by terramorphs, he deserves to be exactly where he is. So, yeah. I'm not sympathetic at all to his scenario. What do you want, though?
To help you, and my progeny Hadrian, prevent more attacks. Though I am curious, has she shared with you the nature of our little family?
Yeah, so he already knows. She's more or less cloned, yes. Stretch to call what you two had a family. Your relationship is yours, but not mine. Stretch to call what you two had a family. Yeah, I think I would go with that.
Unfortunately, I'm inclined to agree with you. Our relationship has always been
Got to enjoy P-Line.
The Major was born to become a great leader, carry on the legacy I established.
Cocky fucker, aren't you?
Given all the finest training to support it. And she excelled. But the universe cut all that short. Now, though, it's placed even more crucial work in front of the two of you. And I think I have a part to play in helping you accomplish what you've set out to do.
Think fine on our own. Not every day you get a chance to work with a man living in a fish tank. Keep talking. Tell me about this cloning program. I'm listening. Tell me more about this cloning program.
It was an attempt by the United Colonies to solidify its own legacy, forging a new generation of great leaders. They were raised by
He thinks a lot of himself, doesn't he?
Scholars and tacticians, trained at the United Colonies' greatest scientific and military academies, displayed incredible promise. But
Jesus.
by the time the colony war came to a close, there was only Hadrian. But
I feel like I need to leave him a little bit of time with himself here.
You have much more pressing matters at hand.
So she's the only one left, huh? What happened to all of the others? That's interesting. I'm listening. How did we get a chance to talk with a man living in a fish tank? I'm listening.
After some long years earning the trust of this current regime, the UC has been permitting me to work alongside one of their recovery teams, helping them gather intelligence on, locate, and organize scenarios to lure in some of the criminals that evaded justice after the colony war. With quite a few successes, I might add. But in the process, I managed to find something else. The names and locations of Hadrian and Percival's old research team. Valuable manpower for the effort you're about to embark on.
These better be UC people he was hunting down.
But in exchange, I need something dealt with.
Yeah, if it turns out he's been trying to use this kind of working with UC's government from behind the scenes to track down people he considers war criminals on the other side, then he's basically trying to get his revenge, carry on the war, basically. Whereas if he's tracking down people from the UC, that would be a bit different, because that would actually feel like tracking down war criminals. Not least of all because, he was the leading admiral in the aggressing side, so... track down war criminals, people like you. How's that work exactly? Yeah.
Well, who better to find them? But many of them I knew personally.
Okay.
And I've always had a mind for details. Where someone was born, next of kin.
Oh, that reminds me, actually.
Shocked how often an otherwise brilliant criminal flees to the planet just next to the one where they were born, or where a family member resides. I simply use my own personal knowledge and the information our group collects for me to track them down and set things right.
Yes, this guy really likes the sound of his own voice and has got quite the ego. He was clearly quite successful as an admiral, although ultimately he lost. But, yeah, the whole war crimes. The other thing I was going to say, the reason he deserves to be in here, he might have not been put on trial for it, but the nickname he got, Victus, was something about, basically implies that he was one for slaughtering, surrendering enemies or, you know, killing prisoners, that sort of thing. So, woe to defeated enemies or something like that, it means. So, yeah. So, yet more reasons he deserves to be in his fish tank. So he wants something out of me in return for help with this Terramorph problem. Basically getting together people who used to work on the Xeno Warfare project to help deal with the Terramorphs. I mean, they failed last time. I don't like the idea of pulling them all back together just because, like, yeah, the two we've got together so far might well be okay, but the people we're getting back together again, well, they might want to restart the whole project again now if they've got the chance. Pick up where they left off and all that, and that's worrying.
Continue one task. That's all I require.
Yeah, whatever he wants.
A former colleague of mine, a man by the name of Dr. Reginald Orlays.
That'll be good.
Like myself and Hadrian, he was involved in some of the United Colony's more problematic lines of research.
Oh, interesting.
Mech weapons were his specialty.
He wasn't very good at it, then.
Dealt death. He could make a deal more. When the colony war ended, he fled, refusing to face tribunal, and has continued to peddle his skills to the highest bidder to this day. But I finally found him. I want you to track him down and deal with him, however you're able. I'm not expecting he'll come quietly. Bring me evidence that the job's done, and I'll tell you what I know.
That's interesting. I want to know why he's so happy to hunt down his former comrades. Now he sounds like he regrets the war and he's trying to undo some of the damage he did during it. But it also smells heavily of him trying to feed me what I want to hear, you know. Oh, he's in favour of the peace and all this, that and the other. Nah, I feel like this guy's not that kind of guy. More like the kind of admiral who wants to get out there and restart the war. And I really don't trust him. Also, that smug fucking look on his face. Like, that alone makes me just want to walk the hell out of there. Why have we do this? Why don't I hand this over to one of the members of this recovery team? How do I know you're not asking me killing us? Man, how about I arrest him and turn him over to the UC and you think about this, consider him dust? No. Why not get one of this recovery teams to do it?
Your files indicate a track record of unlikely successes. It is my genuine hope that, perhaps, down the line, you might become a part of our team. And this might be something of a tryout.
So he wants me helping him capture and presumably assassinate war criminals. Like, in principle, I'm fine, but there's some... I think slapping him might be a little bit too kind. Yeah, definitely. Like, this whole thing when he was talking about the cloning, right, it was like, oh, it's preserved the greatest minds, and it was a wild success and this, that, and the other, and, like, his clone's the only one who survived, and so on. It's just like, yeah, this guy really thinks a lot of himself. I mean, he seems to have a certain amount of basis for it, but at the same time, he's also a psychotic fucking war criminal. And, like, the idea that he's hunting down war criminals, like, he's not doing this without an ulterior motive. There's no fucking why is he doing this without an ulterior motive. And it's weird. How do I know you're not asking me to kill an innocent man?
Speak to Deputy McIntyre. I'm sure she'd be happy to hear that someone might be tying up this loose end at long last.
Yeah, but I mean, she's not involved in some bad shit herself.
Do not make the mistake of confusing me for a simple cutthroat.
Oh no, definitely not a simple cutthroat, that's fucking sure. But, how about I arrest him and turn him over to the UC?
Certainly try, but the man's been out there 20 years. He's likely gone feral by now.
He said he was a mechanic,
Easier
basically.
for all if you simply blow up his ship and be done with it.
I'm not killing anyone with as bad as you actually claim. I'll consider bringing him to justice.
If that's what you require to sleep at night, so be it. According to my information, he's been hiding around the world of Etheria. Wolf system.
That's not too far away.
In the vicinity.
Yeah. Like I say, locking him in a bloody tank and leaving him there, and there he lives out the rest of his life. What became of the other two who were put on trial? Were they, like, genuinely killed then? Because I can't remember who those people were, and I'm kind of tempted to go and have a look at that detail, actually, again now. But, yeah, the fact they stuck him in a fish tank is entirely appropriate. The fact that they did it secretly in order to keep using him is not good, and I definitely want to run and tell the Freestar Collective about that just as soon as possible. I might save it and look into that in a minute. Also, yeah, you know, what the heck is the UC up to there? And I'd say his personal motivations, other than keeping his head on his shoulders, I do not trust either. It's like that's the systems powering his very high-tech fancy prison cell that they were obviously holding him somewhere else before they moved him in here, I guess. It must have taken a while to build this. There's just storage from the look of it. That's very interesting. Hey, Sari, your beloved UC has been keeping a war criminal. Yeah, making sure he doesn't get out. I suspect getting out is part of what he wants from this whole scenario. There's a lot of things about this that are, you know, ringing some major alarm bells.
Important or not, I'm ready to listen.
Like someone else. I don't know if I can actually do this. I might be able to. Well, actually, given that I'm debating whether or not I want to cancel the relationship with her, I might look into seeing if I can do this.
You can't get rid of me that easily.
Okay, I can't then. Okay, because I kind of want to back out of that right now. Like, I'm having serious questions about whether or not my my flag to her staff was quite the way to go. So I'm wondering, that's behind that massive secure door. That's the list as a material repository. This is just A-level clearance required. I wonder what happened to the others. Let's get someone else to do your dirty work to avoid suspicion. Yeah. Overused tactic. That's overused because it works. Vanguard Orientation Hall. There's a few things that are worth checking out. Very UC.
In the midst of the colony war, a different kind of tragedy struck the UC city of Londinian. A newly constructed but critical supply center for the United Colonies' war effort, Londinian found itself overrun by
So yeah, they predate the colony war.
The Terramorph. A rare but pervasive threat to all human-settled worlds, Terramorphs swept over the city, seemingly out of nowhere, on a scale never before seen in recorded history. Valiant efforts by the UC military slowed the onslaught, but the creatures proved unstoppable. Ultimately, the decision was made to destroy the Londinian spaceport, sealing off the city, the outbreak, and its citizenry from the galaxy at large. The tragedy of Londinian is mourned by the UC to this day.
Yeah. So, that's exactly why he deserved it.
After the devastation wrought by the colony war, the UC and the Freestar Collective came together to ratify a treaty that became known as...
Oh, I'm going to finish it.
The Armistice. Both sides agreed to a vast reduction in standing forces, and that xeno-weapons and mech warfare would be outlawed. All related research was sealed away, accessible only in cases of dire emergency. But the Collective had another demand, that the active commanders of the UC military stand trial for their actions. The united colonies in the interest of peace and galactic security agreed. In 2311, 3 united colonies senior officers were found guilty. Commander Henry Durant, General Indira Rastogi, and Fleet Admiral Francois Sanon, known better.
Hey, Durant and Rastogi.
All were sentenced to death for their actions, bringing the colony war to a close.
It doesn't say that they were executed, just that they were sentenced to death. To be fair. Although it's quite the technicality. But, yeah, Durant and Rastogi, what became of them? That's what I want to know. Well, it's one of the things I want to know. Next thing I want to do is find out whether or not I can go and turn the UC in for what they've done. They have Chunks franchises. Yeah, secretly running their local Meckies. You can't tell anybody. Immediately walks back out of there straight over to the Freestar Embassy. I'm surprised they haven't been shot already. Accidentally murdered in the street by some psychopath. We never found out who. I cannot go in there and turn them in then, which is a bit weird.
You're allowed 3 places: conference room, lobby, or the ambassador's office. You set foot anywhere else, there's gonna be problems.
And no receptionist to talk to about it either. Okay. Not terribly surprised by that. But I do have serious objections though. Mind you, he might actually prove to be useful, so... that's the other thing. Telling them right now is probably not the time to tell them. The time to tell them is probably to deal with the Terramorph threat. Make sure that the rest of the Terramorph researchers, the Xeno Warfare researchers, aren't continuing their work. Or doing anything else they shouldn't be doing. Shit.
What's the matter with you?
Oops. Anybody getting flashbacks to Big Bang Theory? That's one of the reasons I backed off. I was hoping that the door closing would prevent the explosion from taking out the receptionist. Oh, whoops. Yeah, my grenade button's on my thumbs, so sometimes if I'm not careful about where I get a hold of my mouse.
Excuse me?
Why did you fart? I'm just glad the door did stop the explosions spilling out.
Captain, did your meeting go well? I hope it's clear now why we needed you to agree to all the secrecy.
Well, don't you worry, I am so completely dropping you in the shit. Does it what the deal is? Some old guy living in your basement? I could do that? No. I was not prepared for that. There's an executed war criminal in your basement.
Captain, please, keep your voice down.
No.
The situation with the prisoner is a complex one. A holdover from a different era.
Yeah.
But it's a situation we've been managing as discreetly and humanely as we can for some time now. And the most
You should be doing it
critical part
openly.
of that management is making sure no one else learns of it. Do I make myself clear?
Sometimes you throw a grenade by accident, yeah. Keep it to herself. Freestar Collective should be told of this. You can't keep it from telling Hadrian. Why hasn't she been told about it? Freestar Collective should be told about this.
No, they really shouldn't.
Yes, they
And
really
bringing
should.
up what you've learned outside this building will make you, Captain, look like a crazy person. I don't want that, and you certainly don't want that. So you need to keep this to yourself. Now, was there something in particular you wanted to discuss about your meeting?
Just one... Oh, crap, I didn't mean to press that. Destroy a reputation of receptionist. Hey, the receptionist was fine. But I'm... Oops. In fact, I specifically backed up to allow the doors to close in order to protect the receptionist. I took steps to protect the receptionist. So if anything, it's not destroyer, it's protector. Guardian of receptionists. Or something.
Another day, another shift.
Yes, in the interest of your basically committing a war crime.
I can't be a part.
She apparently cannot die.
You and I, we have something important to discuss.
Sarah Morgan is angry with you. You got a problem over there, buddy? Hey! We're not on the best of terms right now. Don't shoot my wife. The UC security are cowards, that's kind of funny. Right, now I can reload. Hey, she's basically a willing party to breaching a treaty that ended the most devastating war the Settle Systems have seen, so...
Captain, did you...
I don't feel bad about shooting her.
Meeting go well. I hope it's clear now why we needed you to agree to all the secrecy.
Your friend threw a grenade and his companion ran in front of it, bounced off the companion's head and flew right onto the target. I had something very similar happen at one stage. I threw a grenade, I think Sarah ran in front of me and it bounced off of her and then back and nearly blew me to bits. There's a war criminal in your basement.
Captain, please, keep your voice down. The situation with the prisoner is a complex one. A holdover from a different era. But it's a situation we've been managing as discreetly and humanely as we can for some time now. And the most critical part of that management is making sure no one else learns of it. Do I make myself clear?
Freestyle Collective should know.
No, they really shouldn't. And bringing up what you've learned outside this building will make you, Captain, look like a crazy person. I don't want that, and you certainly don't want that. So you need to keep this to yourself. Now, was there something in particular you wanted to discuss about your meeting?
Yeah. I think perhaps if I walked into the Freestyle Embassy, spoke to their ambassador and said, by the way, I'm not nuts and this is what went down, she would at least take it semi-seriously, because she wouldn't have a hard time believing something bad of the UC, clearly. Also, yeah, like, if all he's doing is assisting them in hunting down war criminals, he could be in a public prison, or he could be openly in prison and not have faked his death. And, you know, using him to help them, like, everybody could be involved in that. This is not something that has to be done on the down low. It's the fact that they snuck through keeping him, you know, alive. I mean, yeah, like I say, I'm generally in favour of that, except for the fact that they're keeping it a secret. They should have refused to execute him, just refused to follow that, and just put him in a prison somewhere. But yeah, they're being sneaky about it. Suggests that they're up to something that involves them trying to get one over on the other factions, and particularly as, again, bad guys, we're not really down for that. Asked me to do with Dr. Orlees. Figured you and I should discuss.
Dr. Reginald Orlees? He's finally found him. Of course, killing Orlees is completely out of the question, but bringing him to justice... He's been on the lam for years. That'd be a huge win for the UC. What's being offered in return?
Location of Hadrian's old research team members. Yeah, he's not really in a position to bargain down there, is he? He's saying, "I will stop feeding you." Location of Hadrian's old research team members.
He found the members of the research team. We'd already initiated a search for them, but it'd save a lot of time and manpower if he just gave us that information.
The fact you don't know is not good.
You have my endorsement. Just so long as you make every effort to bring the man in alive. Now, was there anything else you wanted to discuss regarding your meeting?
Anything you'd tell me about the den?
The Den? It's a star station. Orbiting Wolf, the second star station actually to bear that title. The first one was blown to smithereens by House Varun during the Serpent's Crusade. The place has always acted as a remote strategic hub, primarily for repairing and refueling UC military vessels. But because of its distance from the rest of the UC, things there have always been a little more lax. Patrols included. I can think of worse places in the galaxy for a criminal to hide out.
Yeah, that's why you can just take contraband there even before you have shielded cargo holds. What's the chances I'm being lured into a trap?
Trusting the man downstairs would be a mistake. But I
No
don't
shit.
think you need to be too concerned. This is far from the first name he's handed over, and all previous missions went off largely without a hitch.
Yeah, it was the first time for
I'd
everything.
certainly warrant caution. I think you can proceed.
That's it then.
Then I'll bid you good day, Captain, and remind you of the importance of discretion.
Other factions need to know, but presence should still be kept classified. Yeah, I think I broadly would agree with that, Steve. It's the fact that, you know, his trial and everything was part of ending the war that he was committing war crimes in. And then they pulled one over on that. Like, if the word just gets out, it's like, why are they keeping... The fact they're doing it secretly is deeply suspicious, you know? Like, if he's just hunting down war criminals or helping them hunt down previous war criminals like himself in exchange for keeping his head on his shoulders, reasonable. There's no need to keep that... I mean, yeah, keep it secret so that from the general public maybe, but not from Freestar Collective or House Varun, technically, as the other signatories. But yeah, the fact that they are, I mean, just says to me that there's something more going on than that. Governments do that kind of shit all the time, IRL? Yeah, absolutely they do. Doesn't mean it's the sort of thing you go along with. Mind you, it's the sort of thing that gets you shot if you say you won't. Or conveniently involved in a car crash or something. But still. It's dodgy as... It's dodgy AF, mate, innit? Starting your character to become a ranger and a Freestar citizen before doing this. Yeah, there's a few different ways I'd like to try approaching this game. I'm in a weird hybrid with this character, which I'm kind of not very happy about. I feel like you've either got to go hard for one faction or the other to really get the best vibe.
If you got a problem with me, just say it. I don't want any of this passive-aggressive crap.
No, I don't got a problem. I'm just the messenger here.
Yeah? Well, then change the message.
She's going Spartan on her there. Man's responsible for the words that come out of his own mouth, even if he's saying them on somebody else's behalf.
I'm so behind on those reports.
Still cool watching ships land, even now. But yeah, I definitely want to do a run where I play as somebody who's heavily House Varun. I'd like to have a bounty hunter background, for one. And I'd like to go a bit more heavily into
Let me know when you're ready to
Freestar Collective than I have done so far on this playthrough. This character's supposed to have a Freestar background, which is I am going to lean into more and more as time goes on. But yeah, it's I feel like maybe I could have done a bit more on it earlier on. I don't know. The weird thing is, obviously, the game starts very, very strongly in UC space, and there's a lot going on in UC space before it encourages you to even approach the Freestar Collective. So you can kind of fast track that a bit and fast track towards Samco and stuff, and then just leave all this and come back to it later. That's probably the way to do it if you really want to go hardcore Freestar, I suppose. Which obviously I had no way of knowing before. Yeah. But I think going House of Varun would be very interesting as well, potentially. Like, for example, I really want to get one of these on the go. I'm starting to get to the point where I have enough ammo, but it's still not dropping often enough and fast enough, so... nice. I do like that something you've previously favorited, if there's nothing else in that slot, when you pick it back up, if you've dropped it or if you've put it in storage or something, it immediately goes straight back into that favourite slot. It remembers. That's a good feature. Sure the free collected herb makes? I wouldn't be surprised, but we'll see. I guess we'll find out, won't we? In World War II, Rudolf Hess was said to have been executed to jail for life. Allies took turns of guarding him. Yeah, something to that effect could absolutely be done. I mean, he could have been kept prisoner in the archives, for starters. But yeah, if he is just helping them track down war criminals, like, a deal could have been reached there, and it could have been done all above board. Checking something. But yeah, the fact that they did it under the table and it was very underhanded, and they didn't get, well, not even under the table really, without including the other signatories to the armistice. There's something else going on. There is definitely something else going on. Over there for the wolf system. I need to head to the den, which is interesting. It's normally this way around. Everything's rotated. Should you make an outpost on Luna? I believe one of the good things you can do on Luna, particularly early game if you want to, is set up a mining outpost to mine iron, which is something you can get in large quantities there, and just shuttle it over to the Deimos Star Yard and sell it. You need to make money early on. I think there's somebody over there who wants to buy iron. I did read something about that. Yeah. There is a cancel boost button other than just pressing backward. I don't know what it is. It's all very sus. Plus, of course, with it being on the down low, Ray Victus may be involved in like anything he's doing for his own reasons, you know. Like, yeah, he's helping them track down war criminals. Why? This has all got to be. There's got to be an end to this. I mean, he agreed in the first place so that he wasn't killed. It's obvious.
I asked my boss what they're doing to stop new alien attacks on the city. He said top minds were on it. Sure hope they know what they're doing.
Well, it's not technically untrue. Yeah. What his end game is, I don't know. I bet it involves him trying to escape.
Look who's back. You got something quick? Kinda busy at the moment.
Yeah, really no. There's a wanted man hiding out in the sector. I need to find him.
Think you got some bad information. If there was a wanted man in our skies, he wouldn't still be out there. Unless... Are you talking about the Warlock? There's been rumor of a ship out there for years now. Doesn't respond to hails, never docks. More than a few amateur investigators have tried to find it, and at least 2 never came back. Aetherius debris fields are plenty dangerous if you're not used to flying in them. But if you're suggesting it might not have been the fields that got them, well, I can give you the coordinates of the Warlock's last sighting.
He defected. That might explain why he was able to make it out with his head still intact. Take the coordinates, take out something. What's the dangerous part about the bit? Tell me. Yeah, let's work through all the questions.
Well, the original dense star station was destroyed decades ago during the Serpent's Crusade by marauding House Varun zealots. Big part of the remains from those battles ended up gathering around Etheria. forming a nasty debris field.
Okay.
Every now and then, some headstrong scrapper comes limping back because they hit an 80-year-old mine. Or sometimes they don't come back at all.
Yeah, gravity does what gravity does. That
Maybe
makes
it's
sense.
not just the field that's been picking them off.
Seems likely. Now, tell me about this warlock.
I mean, I honestly thought it was just a story board haulers told to amuse each other. But if the pilot of the Warlock really has been dusting our people, well, hopefully you're about to make our skies a whole lot safer.
Tell me a bit more about the den while we're
Things you
here.
should know? The den's not really that kind of place. This is a quiet assignment. Keep an eye out for pirates, make sure smuggling's kept to a minimum, occasional rescue job out in the debris fields. Otherwise, it's mostly long haulers and staying ready for the day the collective wants another round, or House Varun comes back in force.
Yeah, well, lost the last fight with the collective. Don't go picking another one. I'll take those coordinates.
Sure thing. Here, this should get you pointed in the right direction. Good hunting, and stay safe.
Ship EM weapons damage systems at random, possibly stunning enemy engines for boarding.
Chef school? This ain't exactly where I saw myself.
So I don't think I have
It is.
any EM weapons on my
I
ship.
suppose I have time for a nap before we leave?
Do have a skill point available, but I could possibly drop it to targeting control systems. Which, if it's a bit VATSy, I'm kind of a little bit more reluctant, but the fact you can damage specific systems does have a certain appeal to it. I've got particle weapons, haven't I? Here. As well as missiles. Try not to die. Yeah, exactly.
Did you need something?
Oh, my headphones are about to die. So, my current plan is save it and then risk it. And see if I could take out his systems without... Why have I got two named saves? That doesn't make a lot of sense. I'm going to delete that one. There should be auto saves and one regular one and next save and quick save. Cool, that's right. So yeah, there's my big plan. I'm going to go out there and see if I can't shoot him out of the sky. Without having fancy weapons. Because sometimes that works out fine. If it doesn't, I might use the point I've got available to grab targeting control systems. Or whatever it's called. The one that allows me to target his engines anyway. So that he can't get away. Ooh, my brain's all sweaty now. And we'll see how that goes. Ah. Since we can steal other ships on the ground, it's too bad we can't get our own stolen. That would be potentially interesting, but also potentially annoying, I think. Get yourself stranded on a planet because your ship got stolen. That would be very aggravating, I think. What are you going to do about it? Try and persuade the local security forces to take you up on their ship while you go and
We're free to fly.
capture, disable and recover your ship. I mean, I suppose you could, but... Surprisingly, Theory of Ruins, find the Warlock. Kind of already knew where those were. They're already marked, but... So we'll see how this goes, won't we? Put one more point into engines, so I might as well do that. Now I've got 2 skill points. Nice. Still need to build a couple more modules. That'll be easy enough to bump up when I'm ready to. Can't do that. Can't do that right now. Don't need to do that. Do need to do that. And definitely need to put some points in over here, but I can't do that right now. Anyway. Don't know what I'd put points into after that. Probably something down here. We shall have to see. Decide on what I want my backup. Well, probably marksmanship, rapid reloading, sniper. I don't know. There's maybe some stuff down here I might have to look into on down the line. Critical chance of non-automatic ranged weapons. Okay. Scoped weapons. Particle beams. Grenades, lasers, pistols, shotguns. Targeting at hip fire and marking enemies. I'm not bothered about any of the rapid reloading. I'll probably go for on the way to one of these. I do also need to pass the points in over here, which I can now do. Oh, actually, I can do that. Looking extra stuff over here would be good. Down here, rather. I might put one in here. Then now... Oh, I can't right now, so that needs to wait. But that'll be easy to bump across. Right, okay. So I'll leave that as is for the minute, and make decisions later. Cool. Destroyed scavenger is at 5,000 meters. That one's at 5,000 meters. And the warlock is at 6,000 meters. Okay. Having...
Endless boy, who is this you've brought me? More scrap for the field. Savor your last moments, Mott. All systems. Shoot them down. You stand no chance.
Okay. And I'm down. So I got a sneaking suspicion there might be a second ship there. I suppose that's meant to improve my turning speed, but it doesn't really feel like it is doing. Go down. Endless boy, who is this you Mm-hmm.
Shoot them down.
Enemy shield generator has been locked out.
It was a mistake coming here.
That hit knocked out our prep drive.
How is he hitting me? And who's hitting me? So I've taken this... That didn't go very well. Interesting. Yeah, I think I agree with you there, and having stolen more often would be definitely not such a good thing. Okay, reason not to land it close to an enemy? Yeah, potentially. Yeah. Definitely have to come up with a whole system to work around that sort of thing, wouldn't we? The ship is so slow. I hate it. Or I hate waiting anyway. Absolutely pummeling the crap out of them with everything I've got.
Enemy propulsion down. They should be much easier to hit now.
I will not die in a cage.
Phew, I managed to dock. Okay, that went a bit better.
Docking cycle complete.
Right. So, I think we're about ready to do this. Here we go.
Hello, Captain.
What are you doing here, Vasco? Sounds like he's killed himself.
Pilot emergency detected. Hatch override engaged.
I think I closed the door then.
Error. File deletion cannot be completed. Ending process.
Well, he did top himself. Oh, crap. Got some ammo. Credits. His pistol. His lamp coat. Chance to craft weapon mods without using resources. Nice. But you see, but and oh, he's got himself an eye patch, huh? Syringe. I was trying to flip his corpse over so I could actually see what. There we go. I think I'm more or less motion now. Kinda. Eh. Fair enough. A little bit of bleeding out going on there. It's the second time I've made a point of grabbing that gun, the EM gun, and not had a reason to use it. Personal computer. Personal logs, deleted entries. Delivery is complete. Item was exactly as asked. Never imagined this was possible. You do amazing work. For the things you've done, won't get a trial. Lock you in a cage. Rest of your life. No way for a man to live. When they come, you kill them or show them you won't be caged. Sounds to me like the Victus may have been communicating with him all along. Create some useful bits and pieces. Where's the ship's hold? You're right in the bloody way, Sarah.
Don't worry about me. I've handled worse heat than this.
The ship may have seen better days. Urban operator outfit? I recall that not being that interesting. Haven't used sandwich. A torch on, I still can't see what's going on. Down here. Just a dead end with... Ooh. A galvanized, calibrated ground crew space helmet, which is kind of crap, but... Eh. Whole load of crafting resources as well. The torch is really not doing much work down here, is it? Ooh. Master locked container. That would be a bad call because I don't think there is another one that'll carry on. Maybe not actually. Probably the only option I've got that's going to do the job at this point, isn't it? Interesting. One that'll open them all in one go. Nice. Don't mind if I do. That one does connect to all of these. Over here. And then we've got this one. No? This one. Nice. That leaves only one. I don't have a single pip left, do I? No, so that's not going to work. This is not looking ideal, is it? Still leaves me with one left over, so that's not going to work. Oh, I've screwed up somewhere. Oh, no, wait, no, I haven't. Or have I? Yep, yeah, I've screwed up somewhere. Yeah, feck. That's level locks at a big jump. Yeah, sometimes I stroll through them okay, sometimes they throw me off a bit, and yeah, it is what it is. It's the only place that fits. Nothing else really does it, at that point? Well, it kind of does. Yeah, I'll do. We'll see how we're doing. Looks like a good bet. There's a tiny... Yeah, that works. Do that one then. He don't know if this is the bear. I think it might be. Oh, maybe it's not, because... Nope. I've screwed up somewhere. No. Possibly on the first level, but... So that's what I did. Went here and then here. That works. Now, do any of these solve my problem? Probably not. It just creates a new problem, doesn't it? Oh, fuck off. There'll be something good in here after this fucking shite that I've had to deal with. 2 and a 1. Oh, it's just a 1. Off on 1. That better be the one. Yeah. Not you. There isn't a single one, and I feel like there should be. You know. Works. There's that it leaves me knackered on the other thing. If I did that, is there a close 2 pointer that would just do this? Yeah, that's probably the best I'm getting now. That should be good. And see if that works. Yep, that works. And hopefully, whatever we've got here might do the job. That? Okay. Yep. Got there in the end. What we got? Tranquility Lemon. 500 credits. 1200 credits. 1300 credits or so. That was definitely, on no level, worth it. And here we go again. Oh, dear me. This one better have fucking Elvis Presley hiding in it. Interesting. That fits there. Leaves me with basically the same pattern on the other side, doesn't it? That fits there, so neither of those two, otherwise I'm basically good. That works. How about that one? Nope. Hey, victory! That was a bit better. Still not really worth it, but anyway. Found your favourite spacesuit. I quite like the one I've got so far, except that it's a bit on the heavy side. Oh god, another one. Burn my auto slots. I always forget those are there. Yeah, I should do that, shouldn't I? Yeah, why not? I mentioned it. So what did that do? Okay, just reduced it a little bit. Okay, fair enough. Not quite as exciting as I was hoping it might be. Yep. This is going to be a tad more interesting. That was alright. Not very useful, but what the hell, after all that, I'm taking it. That was a whole lot of lockpicking for not a lot of success, to be honest, but that would be the way it goes sometimes. A nice Earth-like planet and right system, ready to put down an outpost, build a vacation home, and then spider octopus monsters are running around it and you gave up on it. Yeah, fair enough, that makes sense. So master lock stuff isn't worth the cost of the digipit you used to get opened. Most of the time I kind of enjoyed the puzzle, but yeah, kind of. It's kind of hoping I could steal this one, but I kind of also knew that I couldn't. Well, was there anything else worth stealing from in here? Panacea, fucking hell. That's quite significantly effective. You haven't stashed anything else around here, have you, buddy? Prograde? Harvested organs? Well, I'll go and deal with them in a moment. I mean, harvesting organs does seem like you'd be the sort of guy who'd do that. Oh, no, he was supposed to be an engineer, wasn't he? And making mechs and things more effective. Seems I haven't been killing innocent people, judging by the way he reacted. It's a research station, interesting.
Please disregard. I attempted an informal greeting, but I am dissatisfied with the results.
Drugs all over, gaff. On to shockingly. Going down, not up then, I guess.
Should I warm up the engines?
You just reminded me there, actually, Caleb. Let's talk about No Man's Sky. I saw a highly entertaining article in The Guardian that was basically ranting about why I should sack Starfield off No Man's Sky. And I just could peed myself laughing at that, practically. Because The Guardian didn't get a review code. And it also turns out that the person in charge of dealing with video game reviews and stuff like that at The Guardian used to work for Kotaku, who, you know, presumably under this person's auspices, presumably, guessing, but have a long-standing bad relationship with Bethesda. So this person's jumped ship to another publication. I thought, well, I still don't want to have anything to do with that person, so they're not getting a review code. Or at least I'm assuming that, I don't know. It might have had nothing to do with it, but I'd be not even remotely surprised if it did. And now there's a lot. It's not the first salty article they've put out since they pointed out that they weren't getting a review code for it. Yeah, it made me laugh a little bit. There's a lot of they did get sour grapes. Exactly, Gray. Yeah, like some of what The Guardian does, I'm down for. Some of it, I'm really not. A lot of their opinion pieces are just fucking trash. And stuff like that. Yeah, and some of the other stuff they post is just pretty awful. But some of what they do is actually quite good. Also, they've got this thing where they're basically trying to get you to pay for access over a certain point, and it's not a particularly high point because not every month, but frequently, I'll run out of number of articles I can read in a month, and I have to wait. It happened last month. I'm just like, yeah, a newspaper that's been around for fucking ages. Buying the print version was one thing once in a while, but I'm absolutely categorically not paying to read your stuff online. Mind you, they don't run ads, so I can kind of see why, but they're doing the print version, so whatever. A lot of what they put out is good. A lot of what they put out is sufficiently shit that I wouldn't pay for it, though. Also, most news is depressing, and why would you pay to be miserable?
And you didn't even scratch the paint.
I didn't.
Perhaps something you might be interested in.
Yeah, that did really make me laugh.
Was there something? May I be of service? Certainly.
He reminds me, and I feel bad because he also creeps me out, so I feel bad for saying this, but he reminds me of, if you've seen Shaun of the Dead, Shaun's housemate, the really angry one, who yells at them over their electro music, not played by Nick Frost, obviously, the other guy. He looks like him, only much smaller, because that actor is pretty huge, from what I understand. Very titanic individual. Right, I'll stash one of my weapons away in a minute. That can go away. It's going to go back on my ship because once again I've not needed it. I'm still hanging on to that because I can't make my mind up. There's a going. Keeping that and that for reasons. Impact grenade I decided was not really my bag, so I'll get rid of that. I've probably got a bunch of stuff in here to get rid of now. Maybe. At least some. Frostwolf's going, yeah. There's Kurt. Panacea treats all afflictions but completely drains your oxygen. That's interesting. Doesn't seem like much of a panacea to me. How much is it worth? A reasonable amount, but not really as much as I would have hoped. While we're here. It's only got 2 digipicks on. Right. Moving on. Guardian's album review is ridiculous as well. I've never felt the slightest inclination to listen to somebody else tell me whether or not an album's any good, to be honest. With a few exceptions like close friends who know my musical taste inside and out. You know, like the sort of people I played with in the band back in the day. Their input I'm interested in, but even then it's like, okay, I'll give it a go. Not, I absolutely I'll approach something with due caution. Still, of all the things that get reviewed, albums are pretty much the last thing on the list that I would ever read a review for, interestingly. I hadn't really thought about it before, but yeah, now that I actually do think about it. Finish the Crimson Fleet quest line. Oh, interesting. Right. Now that I've gotten rid of the contraband, let's go back, and I assume what we have to do now is go and talk to a ghost. A ghost! Oh, I feel I need to make Casper the Friendly Ghost references every time I hear anything remotely resembling a ghost, but apparently I do. Yeah, return to Vevictus. New Atlantis. So I won't be able to land directly, I don't think, because I'll probably get scanned. Or will I? I guess we'll see, won't we? Did you stumble into? Reading his outpost.
I have something for you when you have a moment.
I did get put straight now. That's interesting. Oh, yeah. So I can see about going and buying a house, which might be my thing to do over the weekend. Like explore it, decorate it, do a tour of the apartment here now that I can get it. So I think that's going to be my plan for the next outpost related, well, you know, building type of thingamajig. Why did I come this way? Whatever, I'm here now. I was hoping I could just run up there, but apparently I can't transition over the curb without jumping.
By the way, Captain, Sergeant Yumi was looking for you.
That's cool. I do need to go and see Sergeant Yumi at some point. Actually do that job for him.
Authorized personnel only. Your friend has to stay here.
She still doesn't know who we're meeting in here and what's going on, does she? So she's just followed me into a starship battle with absolutely no idea why. Turns out he was right.
Welcome back, Captain. Do you have some news for me regarding Dr. Olays?
Despite my best efforts, he commits suicide. Tried to bring him in, but he took his own life.
I'm not surprised. The man fled every consequence he ever faced. Of course, you don't expect me to just take you at your word, do you?
Damn straight I do, fish tank boy. Found this, his ID, got his evidence right here, now I'm done working for you. Got his ID.
Excellent. Please, deposit it in the transfer system.
How about I hold it up to the window and you go and eat a dick? How does that sound?
Transfer accepted.
Would you look at that? Kept it all these years. Some simply couldn't let go of that old world.
I feel like I don't want to give him anything in case he's got some ulterior motive for it.
Team members find their way to the Red Devil's headquarters, except for one. That one you'll need to collect yourself.
Mm-hmm.
His name is Kaiser. You can find him on the Freestar world of Nira, wandering the battlefield there.
Interesting.
The area was ground zero for xeno-weapon deployments during the war, so I would arm yourself appropriately.
If I remember rightly, it was also...
Check in with Hadrian and Dr. Walker before paying it a visit. Kaiser will likely have security protocols you'll need their help to overcome.
If I remember rightly, it's also a place where mechs were used heavily. Information better be worth it. Why is this Kaiser guy a robot?
A military Model A, yes.
Ah, interesting.
Specifically customized for the needs of the Xeno warfare team during the Colony War. A powerful resource, if you can recover him.
Yeah, like Vasco, only nuts, I'm guessing. Why are you helping with this?
I dedicated my life to the United Colonies. Every effort of my being to their protection. I even gave them my heirs. Even if my circumstances have changed, my purpose is not.
Even from all the way in there, I can smell his pants catching fire. Funny that, innit? Yeah, gave your life to it. Yeah, now you're tracking down war criminals on your side. Yeah. If he was a clone, I might almost believe that, because I could believe he had been edited to be in some way fiercely loyal. And it might be a human thing to do it, to be that loyal, yeah, maybe, but after they've chucked you in a cell. I mean, I suppose they could have just killed him and be done with it, so I suppose you could be grateful of that, I suppose. But, yeah. I just don't buy it, you know?
Was that all?
Thanks for the information.
Of course. We're protecting the galaxy, Captain. We'll need every tool at our disposal.
And look, he's got his disgusting smug face on again. No. Ooh, complete the devils, you know. And started war relics. I've got to report to Adrian. Yeah, I do not trust him one bit. I'm not going to be unnecessarily rude to him, don't get me wrong. And he's got presumably 2 bedrooms? Why would there be 2 bedrooms in the fish tank? I have several questions. That's not a bedroom, for starters. That is a kitchen, from the look of it. Okay. Don't know what he needs with an office. Presumably some place to do his work tracking down these war criminals. Some kind of weird breakfast bar with a sink in it. That's very weird. This is where he sits and talks to visitors. Okay. No window here, but there is a room. And there's a room up here with a blind, which kind of gives the vibe, from the fact it's on the inside, that he has control over his own privacy screens in this prison when he's him. I would not be giving him control over that. Like, you know, he wants to get changed to go to bed, or... I mean, I suppose logically that might be his bathroom down there. But even so, you know, you put a blur between, like, shoulder high and knee high, and he has to make the best of it, because it's who he is, right? How's it going, Gax? Yeah, I'm enjoying this quest line so far, but I have serious issues with it. Partially from a role-playing standpoint as a pro Freestar Collective individual. And partially because, you know, I'm having to put a lot of faith in the party that were the aggressors in the Colony War and the Narian conflict as well. Yeah, it doesn't inspire faith, you know? Knowing what the UC did, having read up on the history and stuff, I'm heavily not inclined towards trusting them. A bit too much faith in them. Where's Hadrian? Somewhere else. Mars, presumably. I'm guessing. How are we doing for time? I don't know whether or not to start that little side mission involving going to see Commander Yumi or not. Here's my reaction to the Vivictus reveal. Well, you can go and see it for yourself if you're going. You'll be able to go back and check it. But long story short, as soon as they started saying you unconditionally, like, there's no way forward in this quest line if you don't agree to keeping a secret, like, and absolutely keeping this complete secret, kind of top secret, classified beyond belief, like, say a word and you'll be shot in the back of the head, or, you know, have some kind of spaceship accident, or, you know, your ship blows up on the landing pad, something like that vibe that they gave away. As soon as that whole thing started going down, I was like, I know exactly what's happened. They've spent enough time telling me about Vivictus and giving him a fancy name and setting me up working with his kind of daughter that it was an absolute no-brainer that was who I was going to be meeting. It was fairly obvious. Like, I mean, I get why they kind of set that up in the way they did, but how exactly give you enough information to make this person significant and weighty enough, this historical figure, make them important enough to be shocking when they're revealed, without also giving it away beforehand? I don't really know. I don't think they quite pulled it off, but I kind of get why they failed. I saw everything earlier, didn't I?
Anything I can help you with?
Not an easy thing to pull off, I don't think, for Bethesda, for the writers there. One bedroom's for sleeping, the others for napping. Yeah. If it was Pinocchio, it wouldn't fit in the size, and those would be too long. Yeah, pretty much. Like the followers can't follow you in there because they don't have access. Yeah, like we just went to go and deal with Dr. What's-His-Face over near in the Wolf system, and my followers just had to come along and get into a spaceship battle and try and take this guy alive, and then he kills himself. But all without actually knowing who the hell sent us off on this mission, other than the fact that I went into an area that they weren't allowed to for a meeting that with somebody that they weren't allowed to know the identity of. Like I suspect if I managed to figure out who it is, they managed to figure it out as well. Although they don't have quite the same context, so they know who Ray Victus is by living in the world, not being told the story. I know who he is because Hadrian was kind of shoehorned in a little bit.
Looks peaceful from up here, doesn't it?
Chris, I had a decision to make that you had to think about for a long time. I don't know. I have some fairly strong feelings about a lot of stuff going on in this quest line so far. Depending on how things play out, if it doesn't let me handle things the way I want to handle them, I shall be most displeased. You had no idea till you opened the door and saw the cell. I sniffed it as soon as they were like... They'd spent too much time setting it up, you know, so... It just seemed... Oh look, there's an using the front door on the landing pad because the base has been reopened following our access to the archives. With UC...
Hey, what can I do for you?
Oh, that's cool. Ship services technician. And UC security being there. That's interesting.
Need some work done? Okay, no problem.
Do you modify my ships? I would like to see, if I can, if there's any fancy new stuff that I didn't have access to. Oh yeah, there's Vanguard stuff now, isn't there? It's a Class B shield. Any more Class A stuff that's fancy schmancy that looks cool? No. Not that's an improvement over what I've got, no. Well, that is, but that's not new. There's a few bits down here that are probably new. Anything in the structural? I'm going to go ahead and guess not. No, it doesn't look like. Weapons, probably some good new weapons that I might have to deal with. I don't think I'm going to do this now. I might go into, Vanguard's particle cannons and stuff. Looks like, but the classes there are way beyond what I can get to right now. So I don't know if there's any A's that are going to be worth a look. Also electron beam. Okay, so the turrets do actually save the turrets, okay. Vanguard missile launcher, that's an A-class. Also, there's an upgraded missile launcher there that might be an improvement over the one I've got. No, it isn't. That could potentially be, but again, probably not. Any interesting cargo holds that I don't previously have access to? Not that aren't available right now. No, this is shielded, is it? No, it's not. Okay. Some of this is actually looking a bit more interesting than in terms of its design. Like the Galleon one, I could potentially work into a build a bit more. So there's some good stuff potentially available on down the line. That's the one I've got currently, I think. I think I upgraded. Probably some engines in there I didn't previously have, but... No, it doesn't actually look like there is. At least not on the current set of options. Okay. Nothing particularly interesting that I can access at this current juncture. You struggled with attending companions, co-workers, and the yeah, the whole triggering a war thing's a bit iffy. I don't have a problem with them keeping him alive at all. I think that's absolutely the right call. Alive and in prison is exactly where he should be. What I'm concerned about is the sneaking around part of it. A, the possibility of it sparking another war, and B, what the fuck are they up to? You can't trust the UC because, well, you know, you can't trust the UC. I also don't like the fact that there have got so many people openly and above board it. Like, I mean, being a bit more open about this whole project is probably not a bad thing. On the other hand, I feel like they're a little bit too into it. Oh, there's a Free-Star Observer. Cool.
Misuse of scientific knowledge is why this place was shuttered the first time. I'm sure the UC doesn't want to go through that again.
I'm not. In fact, I personally subscribe to the theory that they are probably going to try and double-cross us at some point. Which is basically what the whole thing with keeping Bay Victus alive screams, that they are up to no good. Yeah, like I'm entirely Hadrian's outfit. Well, no, but yeah, but no, but yeah, but. Hadrian's computer. Okay, I am totally going through that in a minute. Lieutenant Azevedo?
Goddamn planet.
You spend a lot of time here at some point.
A place when you're away from it for long enough, but I forgot what a dust-crusted pit Mars can be. Now what do you need?
For supplies, want to introduce myself. You raise sunshine, what's wrong with mines? I thought I'd introduce myself.
Oh, that's you then. I was informed we might be working together. Don't much care for Vanguard, but sounds like you two really got into the thick of it back in New Atlantis.
Why? Because you're basically also a war criminal.
So, thank you for what you did there.
What's your problem with the Vanguard?
Don't think it's a controversial belief that the UC should spend its money on its own people first, rather than doling out credits to pilots from God knows where. But, considering the evidence before me, I guess the program's not a total waste. So,
reducing their military expenses, I guess.
I appreciate it.
Or allowing them to, you know, spend less on having a standing military force to do what the Vanguard does. You know, to pay contractors once in a while. And not have to pay quite so much for their training. And, yeah, they can channel it elsewhere, can't they? For, like, SysDev and stuff. Which is basically the standing navy anyway. Hope your family was alright?
Yeah, they both came through okay. One science division, others an artist. Effectively useless human beings that would have had no reason to be anywhere near the fighting.
Says a scientist.
Still, would hate to see anything happen to him. Now, what was it you needed?
Well, a military scientist, clearly, if he's down here. Mind you, no, they didn't get the Red Devils, they got the Xeno Warfare people back together, didn't they? Your sense this isn't the first time you've been here?
That's correct. Ran logistics for the Devils for years before getting
Okay, so he basically was a devil then.
Military logistics isn't usually thrilling work, but as bone-crushingly exhausting as this job could be, it sure as hell was never dull. Coordinating habitats for nightmares from the far side of Lantana 8B and their favorite breathing snack foods? Sure, why not? Stocking the UC for a rancher who's got 2,000 grade A kilos of biomass he can ship to Mars per week? We call days like that Tuesday. So when I heard things might be opening up again, I put in for my transfer immediately.
Interesting. So he has continued on his career despite the fact he was involved in...
I don't appreciate having my time wasted.
Basically biological weapons, essentially.
If anyone can pull off something as downright lunatic as that, it's these people. And I'll make sure they've got all the supplies they might need to make it a reality.
Taking on the Terrormorphs. Yeah, see what he has got for sale.
Don't worry. I'll handle the paperwork.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, you can smell that double cross a mile off feline for sure. Yeah, there's definitely a perk to make your engines go faster, I think. From what I recall, Grey. So, what's he got? An amped up Orion. Interesting. Pacifier, Urban Eagle, some standard AA-99s. Weighted, calibrated. Professionals, that's what? Okay, scoped them. Okay, that's a bit weird. Reckless bombardment. Oh, hello. We've got a 40mm grenade launcher. That's not as good as the one I have. It's a heavy. But otherwise, it's quite a badass looking Allied Armaments grenade launcher. That's quite cool. Very sci-fi'd up slightly, but otherwise standard grenade launcher sight on it. That's quite cool. Yeah, not as good as the one I've got. Oh, that's because it's Hornet's Nest rather than standard. But crippling as well. That's quite handy. Vampire's Gift. Med thefts. Extra med packs on death if you're using this shredding thing, which isn't bad, but still not as good as the other options. I don't think there's got any weapons I want. Any spacesuits? Marine War Dog. Ooh. Interesting looking, although it's got slight Dune vibes with the pipes on it there. Advanced calibrated, that's not as good. Advanced is better. Refined UC Ace spacesuit. Marine Urban War. Ooh, that's quite a cool looking one. War Dog again. So less ballistic, more energy, and EM protection on the War Dog one, which doesn't make any sense with the extra armor plating on it, but and more. Yeah, that makes no sense, but okay. No, maybe it does. But I definitely don't want any of that. Any interesting packs? No. Ooh, he's got a shock armor balance pack though. That's actually a significant jump in resistances, I think. Yeah, it is. Fairly significant, anyway. It's balanced, so it should last a bit longer. And it weighs more, though. Maybe I'll leave that as is for now. Helmets. Urban War. Armoured. Ace. Marine. Refined Armoured. Oh, I was hoping there might be something slightly cooler in there. Anything interesting in the apparel? Navy fatigues. It's an interesting look. Armoured fatigues, right? And those are regular fatigues, okay. Navy has. Some interesting stuff he's got on him, but not anything I particularly want to buy, apparently. I would think it's probably meters per second, but I don't know. Maybe it's something else. It feels slow, but it could be going quite. You could be going quite fast and have your ship speed still feel low, just because of the distances involved.
Oh, there you are.
There's Dr. Walker.
You all done with whatever it was the UC had you on? We're still just scrambling to reopen this place for business. Starting to see outlines of terramorph anatomy inside my eyelids. It's not pleasant.
Okay, so he's not particularly chatty. Don't see anybody else knocking around who's particularly interesting looking to talk to. Who are you?
Okay.
Random engineer without a name, okay. Researcher without a name, okay. Engineer without a name. Maybe I shouldn't have opened those doors. Somebody's probably going to die because I did, aren't they? Right, so actually let's read up on Hadrian's personal terminal first and make sure she's on the up and up. If I can. Personal logs. A place to gather your thoughts when you've actually got time to gather your thoughts. See you again in 24:30, I guess. Quick one, the past is the past, don't let it slow you down because right now there's work to be done.
I was afraid you might have gotten reassigned. You've been gone so long. So how's it feel to be a citizen?
Has its uses. Nah, that's basically saying you're pro-Russia at this point, Caleb. You can't be siding with the UC. It's like saying you're going to be siding with the Empire in Skyrim. It's just not on. No. Not at all. We can't be doing this. Looking on engine. Oh, payloads. Yeah. I imagine payloads is a bit of a nightmare to upgrade. Haven't really looked into it though.
Did I lose you there?
For complaints about leaving camp doors, leaving the doors on the Xeno containment, swinging in breeds of slayers. Somebody else can close them, it's fine. Feels good, doesn't feel any different, not thrilled associating with the group like United Conies. Yep.
Well, I'm sorry you feel that way. UC's certainly got its fair share of skeletons. Present company included, I suppose.
Given everything we've seen, I don't blame you at all. I'm sorry that this isn't the celebration.
Oh, she's fine. She was actually okay with that.
It's real good to have you here again.
Maybe she'll come
We've
round.
been going through the terramorph data, and well, we're gonna need all the help we can get.
Stop ranting about how much she doesn't like the
They're even
freestyle.
more thorough than I remembered. Genetic workups, population statistics, hell, even their food chain. I'd completely forgotten, for example, that there was a creature that actually ate terramorphs.
Really?
At this point, the data's given us more options to
That's
explore
worrying.
than we have people to work on them.
Stormcloaks as bad as the Empire? Not really. Stormcloaks, set a perfectly legal challenge. One said legal challenge, and then the Empire declared them traitors for it and started trying to murder them. They're just defending themselves. I'm sure they did some pretty horrific things. I've never actually followed the quest lines far enough to explore it, but simple fact of the matter is the Empire should have backed their shit down before the situation even started. So, again, they're the aggressors. Found your research team. Research team was about what the heck kind of monster eats terramorphs?
Well, 8. They went extinct a few decades back. A big lumbering thing called an Aceles. Something I'd love to learn more about. If we had the people to look into it.
Can I help with that? Got your research team back.
That'd be something, wouldn't... I'm sorry, are you? You're serious? You found...
Well, technically I didn't, but, you know.
That's incredible. That accelerates everything. With them back, it'll let us... Wait. Kaiser. Did you find Kaiser?
What's so special about Kaiser?
Well, Kaiser's one of a kind. Special built for the sort of work we did.
Presumably a heavily armoured
unfriendly beasts in
version of
hostile
Vasco then.
environments. no other robot in the galaxy like him. So did you really manage to track him down?
Next up, need your help overcoming security protocols.
That's right. You would need that. Whoever gave you these leads sure knew their stuff.
Hmm.
Well, how? How exactly did you manage to find them?
Talented, had some help. Ooh, difficulties. Do I tell her or do I not? I'm a little concerned she might try and bust him out if she, but then again, she doesn't have a good relationship with him, does she? So, there is that. Ooh, decisions. Oh, is that what that butcher's guide was, Grey? Okay, yeah, I didn't really register that. Tell her. I'm tempted.
Hello? Anything?
I'm blatantly going to be telling the Freestar Collective about it, even if it does risk a war, because the UC can't be trusted and they're in breach of their obligations under the Armistice, and they need to be brought to heel again. So I don't really feel any need to keep their secrets. I'm just thinking, what's the outcome when I do? And am I actually doing her any favours by telling her? You know what? I think I am going to tell her. I'm not feeling obligated to keep the UC's secrets.
That's not funny. Seriously, how'd you find them?
You got me. I tracked them down thanks to some Vanguard friends. Now, listen to me. He is alive. Yeah, I'm not going with that he wants to help us thing, because he fucking doesn't. He wants to help himself.
No. That's insane. He died. They executed him. They
Murdered, but anyway.
They faked his death?
Yes.
My entire unit, they threw us all to the wolves, but kept him? And now he's what? An advisor? Commanding the fleet in secret? What was so important that they had to keep him alive?
Fuck all, frankly, as far as I can tell. They used them to track down criminals from Carnival. They seem to be, yeah, but I still don't trust it. Like, that's not in his interest. It's kind of the opposite of his interest, apart from not getting killed. So, the other shoe is going to drop. Previous covenant thought it was too useful to get rid of. Both of these are true. They're using it to track down war criminals.
Well, they certainly picked an expert, didn't they?
Yep.
He's alive. Victus is still alive.
Yep.
I don't care if they're using him to solve world hunger. The man is a criminal. How could
Finally, she's getting with the program.
Foolish?
I guess it makes sense, though, doesn't it? The UC of that era only created me because they were afraid of a world without Victus in command. Why would they get rid of him?
She's got a good point there.
As long as I live, I'll never
Very good point.
understand the loyalty that old bastard elicited.
He's got, I don't know, he's kind of charming and a creepy serial killer kind of way. Yeah, that. People are ignoring a lot if you get results. Yeah, that one's what I'm going for, but there's also some kind of truth to that. A little bit. Or at least that's, you're meant to feel that, I think. Although it kind of doesn't do that for me. Sarah knows that. Yeah. Well, Sarah's obsession with, UC, with the occasional, like, okay, they did some bad stuff, but general loathing of the Freestar Collective, it's like, she's so militantly in favour of the bad guys, it's kind of getting on my tits a bit. So yeah, I'm kind of fine with that.
Exactly.
We're telling her as well, kind of bring her down with a bump as well.
They did a lot of terrible things for that man. But even knowing they did, knowing that they kept him alive all this time, you know what I feel right now? It's hope. I had no one when I was outside the UC. No Red Devils, no family. But that old world, where I was no one.
That's where you go out and find new friends, isn't it?
That's gone. Thanks to what you and I have done, I have a place again. A purpose. But it's finally one I can be proud of. You and I...
Don't make me regret
we're
this.
getting to change what the UC stands for. So I don't care if Victus
That's promising.
is alive or dead. He can rot for all I care. We're the ones who are making the settled systems and the UC better.
Okay, I'm generally on board with this. This seems generally agreeable. Taking this better than expected, making something good out of the UC's past, I can get behind. Get back to the business at hand. You're willing to trust the UC after all they've done? Yeah, that one, no. Fuck no.
No, but I am willing to try and make them a place we can be proud of. The UC that kept my father alive, that threw me out, those people aren't in charge anymore.
Yeah, it's not like
And
they
the
can
ones that
undo it
are,
once it's
well,
done, is it?
They're giving us a chance. It's up to us to do something with it.
Yeah, okay, I'm with her on that one. Making something good out of the UC's past, yeah.
Precisely. Because there's nothing we can do about past choices. What we can do is try and make the right ones now. So, let's get back to the business at hand. Now, my father just handing over the information on the research team and Kaiser out of the clear blue, I can't say I trust it. But if he has something to gain from helping us prevent terramorph attacks, I'm not seeing it. So while you'll absolutely want to be cautious, what would you think about trying to bring back Kaiser?
Yeah, totally expecting Victor. Why do you think he's helping us? Yeah, because he's definitely not doing it for the greater good. Seems like a good egg so far. Yeah,
what
go.
his endgame might be. Involving himself in preventing terramorph attacks after all the damage he's done? Something doesn't add up. But he clearly understands how valuable it'd be to have Kaiser involved in this endeavor.
Yeah, because he obviously knew a lot about the Xeno Warfare
I
project.
still think it'd be worth looking into. If you're willing.
Well, he would do, because the Red Devils are a Marine unit, which puts them in the Navy, which puts them under Admiral Victus' command. So, yeah, he would understand about all this. I'll track him. I don't know. I feel like tracking the robot down is going to be interesting and worth it. But at the same time, I do not like the idea of working with or trusting him. We need to turn him like, we can't let the UC keep the secret. It can't happen. Might risk a war, but I don't think it will. I think times have changed too much on the down low. It's more likely going to create some kind of serious diplomatic fallout. And so long as nobody's looking for a war, then there shouldn't be a war over it.
Something wrong?
And going to war over one general who was kept alive on the down low is not reason enough, you know. Not that I'm suggesting that they should execute him, I'm not at all. I'm just saying they need to be a lot more open about what they're doing and make sure that the UC can't take advantage of who he has been in order to do something nefarious, which they entirely would do based on their prior record. Let me think about it. I'm not sure I like the idea of working with them for now.
Blame you. If you decide you want to track Kaiser down, come back and I'll get you squared away.
Well, I don't think I've got a choice, have I?
You thought some more about collecting Kaiser? It's hard to believe Victus is doing this for the right reasons.
Don't believe it for a minute. He's
it'd be
definitely
worth
up to
the
something.
risk.
Yeah, I'll
I
track
think
him
it's the
down.
right call. But if Kaiser has been out wandering on his own for all this time, you're gonna need a couple things.
Yeah, 20 years. A mad Xeno Warfare involved robot has been wandering around for 20 years. It's definitely another there's something else going on, you know? Yeah, I'm hoping she does turn out to not have her own kind of suspicious ulterior motives, because, you know, her whole Xeno Warfare background, and now suddenly this whole Xeno Warfare, like the hub of the Xeno Warfare efforts from the Colony War is now reopened, reoccupied, and doesn't look abandoned even remotely anymore. Now it's up and running again, with her more or less in charge. So, you gotta wonder what she's up to. Nothing bad could possibly come of it. Yeah, exactly. What could possibly go wrong?
Here, Kaiser schematics. Actuators, weapons, batteries. That old robot's been MIA for a while, so chances are he's gonna need some repairs. He's also got a lock on his voice controls. You can give yourself authorization with the phrase, Nos belli machinis. Now, where exactly is the old machine?
Freestyle territory, wandering a battlefield on a world called Nera. Ground zero for Xeno weapons deployments was how it was described. He suggested I make these repairs myself. Ground zero for work. 3-star territory Nira.
A battlefield? On Nira?
Yeah, I think we're going to have a lot of
Sheesh,
mechs
no
as
wonder no
well
one's
as.
found that sector of Nira was destination #1 for xenoweapons during the war.
Presumably effective ones, not the ones that didn't work.
General environmental devastation and the kind of lawlessness that comes with any Freestar world, and that planet's got more than enough ways to make a visit your last. But I think there's a place where you can start your search.
Bad mouth in the 3-star.
Yep. One-of-a-kind salvage. Licensed to an Angelo Alonso. Goes by Gel.
You have to have that in your pocket. Yeah. Let's find out more about
The
Nira.
Colony War saw a lot of hard fighting, but Nira got it the worst. Everything the Freestar Collective and UC could muster, ground troops, xenoweapons, mechs, was hurled into the fray. Both sides hoped something would decisively turn the tide, but it never did. When the war finally ended, swaths of that world were so devastated they were effectively abandoned. So what Kaiser's doing there of all places, I can only guess at.
Probably something related to Xeno warfare, what with them being, you know, part of the whole project. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Ow. That's cool, Gray. Why is he so valuable?
Kaiser lets us do field work with a level of precision that there's really no other way to accomplish. More than a few of the options we're looking into. Detectors to uncover the Terramorph transmission method, or crafting a targeted biological agent. They require
sure I approve of that
highly
idea.
specific materials to test against. And asking a group of Marines to accompany us for that kind of work, well, it usually ended up with ruined samples and wounded teammates.
So basically, he's rather solidly built and Terramorphs can't tear him apart too easily. And also probably doesn't smell like an organic being, so maybe they won't even try. Off to Nira.
And I'll make sure we're ready to put them to use as soon as you've got them.
Yeah, I'd imagine parts of Nira probably are quest locked. There's a couple of places I've run into where I've been thoroughly shoved away from. Nira's not one of them, I don't think. But I have been hard pushed away from it. Something very strange going on there. With the quest marker specifically, I'm thinking. You see, it's on the floor, that's why. Very weird. Guessing that's Hadrian's ship, I think it is. Hadrian, or whatever you want to pronounce her name. Hadrian, I suppose. Really kind of getting towards the point where I would like to substantially upgrade my ship.
Lift off when you are,
But ain't going to be a while yet. Yeah, it's definitely not something I want to do on stream anyway. I might play around with it off over the weekend, maybe. We're doing for time. We're doing that time, aren't we? Other than the fact it's in the Narian system. Abandoned robotics facility, one-of-a-kind salvage. Maybe that isn't the planet I was looking at. Back to the original starting area. Somewhere around, I did see a planet that had an abandoned mech graveyard. Wasn't Hypnos, was it? Got on mech graveyard. There we go. On Hypnos. Just not far from where my outpost is. Maybe we should go and check that out. That might be quest locked, I don't know. Someone's bothering me. Oh, actually, I just thought. I'm also thinking about reworking my character's appearance again. At the very least his hair. Possibly his beard. I don't know. Kind of feel like I want to tweak his face a little bit. Possibly even his name as well. But, yeah, I'm apparently quite inconstant on that sort of thing. At the moment. See if an outpost, you don't need bulky quarters on your ship. Somewhere sleep's worth having. And also, if you want to do passenger missions, I think you kind of might need them then. No spacesuit though in here. Anywhere around where the light's a little bit brighter? Not really. This gives me yet, isn't it? He's looking up a bit too high there. See if that makes a difference. Not appreciably, no. Hold on. Just press the right buttons like 3 times and now can't press the right one for the life of me. Not quite what's going on and why I can't get the view I'm wanting there, but...
Yes, what?
Okay, now I'm entirely turned around. Is the glass still broken in this one? No, it is not. Interesting. Definitely not happy with that angle. Can't zoom out much without changing the field of view either, and then you start looking a bit weird. Oh well. My master plan to take a picture of my character is not going very well here. Hang on a minute. I have many questions. Top is this a window or is this a hole? I think this is a window that I've never noticed before. There's been a few times where I've gone in and out of my ship recently and the entire external surface has disappeared and it's looked like some kind of weird cutaway thing. It's been
Captain
weird.
Clark. Hello.
Very strange.
I am satisfied.
Oh, recycled air. Just isn't the same as the real thing.
Find some way to get the right light onto my character's face. Yeah, not the right button at all.
Yes?
It's the right buttons, it's just the wrong leading order. No, that's not the place. No, still not having much luck here, am I? Somewhere around here that I originally took one. Just maybe a bit further forward. Maybe it was about here, actually. No. Way too much shadow. Oh, well, I'll, Unless there's anywhere that's brighter lit. Maybe? Andresia's sleeping in my bed, apparently. Now, how about it? That's a bit better. That did not help. How about that? Nope. Nope. Gotta be somewhere here. I mean, I suppose I can just stand right in the middle of the bed, but it's going to be the way. Fortunately, my character seems determined to face the wrong direction, no matter what I do, though. Still looking off into the distance in some kind of very strange way, which I'm not entirely down for. Yeah, being able to take pictures of your character can be a bit of a nightmare at times, where you don't look really weird. It's not quite so weird, but it's still staring off up in the air in a weird kind of a way. Still not happy with the lighting. Oh well. Never mind. I was hoping to have a bit more luck to wrap things out with there. But I think for one evening, much as I'll be tempted to go on a bit longer, it is 11 o'clock. I should probably start saving things, shouldn't I? Because, yeah, it's about that time. Yeah, that was an interesting session today. Quite the stressful in some ways. I don't think I'm exactly cut out for diplomacy, you know. Kind of want to whack people over the head until they do what they're told, but, you know. Shotgun diplomacy, maybe. Yeah, like that three-star ambassador, I kind of knew she was going to annoy the crap out of me. But, I'll have a look at that later, Gary. That's weird. Okay. Yeah, she kind of annoyed the crap out of me, but at the same time, I wholeheartedly agree with her. Do not for one bleeding second trust. That's a bit weird going on there. Yeah, do not for one moment trust the UC. On the other hand, I wish there was kind of an approach where I could sit down with her and just go, look, I'm entirely with you here. Be on the 3-star side a bit more. Because my 3-star side just went, no, you've just bought into their, you know, bullshit. And I wasn't really pleased with how that went. But I felt like I should be able to say, look, I don't trust them either. On the other hand, we need to do something about this. And this is the only bloody approach we've got on the cards at the moment. So you could basically, like, use your 3-star background a bit more and be like, okay, yeah, I kind of want to do this with you guys more than them, but we're going to have to make do with the situation as is. So, yeah, I feel like there could have been a bit more of an angle on that on it. At least through that conversation. And then, of course, you go and find out that the UC is insisting you keep their secrets, even and what that secret is with Victus and stuff. It's just like, yeah. No, I'm not keeping your secret for one fucking second. Also, what the fuck, man? I'm standing there as a 3-star ranger with a badge and everything. You didn't get any special dialogue. Yeah, that sounds about right. Mental. Absolutely bonkers. Still, what can you do? Yeah, I mean, that revelation, it was quite cool, quite a cool twist. But as soon as they brought it up, yeah, because they'd spent so much effort in pitching Vae Victus, right? Give him a nickname, and then, oh look, it turns out this person you're working with happens to be his clone daughter, and so on and so forth. They spent that much time pitching him up and what he'd done and stuff. And then you got that diplomat guy on the cabinet who doesn't trust Hadrian because she's Vae Victus' daughter, which is fair, but he was also a bit of an ass. That whole thing was just like, it just set the whole thing up, but it made the whole twist really predictable when it came along. I was like, well, they might take it in another direction, but I think they maybe over set it up a bit. But then again, it wouldn't have any impact that it's him if you don't know who he is and where he's from and what the significance of him is. So I feel like he needed to be threaded in a little bit more subtly rather into the story. Tell the story the way you find out about him being put on trial and sentenced to death and stuff. Excuse me. If they'd maybe fed a bit more into the Xeno warfare stuff and emphasised his role in that a bit more, they kind of emphasised his role a bit in the Terramorph situation to some degree, but it was just a little bit overdone, so it was a bit obvious for me. You think you were caught off guard before because the bartender and then has a framed picture of Vae Victus behind the bar and you can have a conversation with him about the man. I think I've seen that. I've been down to that bar once. I've never had the conversation about that though, because he's like, don't you badmouth the UC military, and I'm just there like, I don't want to get into an argument with this guy and then cause problems. I think the timing was something to do with it as well. But yeah, I did feel that the whole thing was a little bit predictable there. But nonetheless, a good twist. I'm looking forward to seeing what Vae Victus' endgame is. I assume it involves him getting out or being released in some way, earning his freedom, which is never going to frickin' happen because he's supposed to be dead. But he might try and escape, and he might be using this as some means to try and escape. And then is Hadrian on the up and up, or I mean, she was obviously shocked. She seemed shocked to find out about her father, but who knows? Maybe she knew all along and is involved in a plot to get him out. She said she's like the only person we've had to talk about their relationship and the fact that they weren't particularly close. Catch you later, I'll have a good night. Is her and her father, so we kind of got to take their word for it. So I don't know. We're obviously going to have to go and get this robot back and stuff, so that's going to be interesting. I don't know what the heck I'm going to name the next episode, though. That's going to be an interesting one. Yeah, I really enjoyed the run through the House Rune embassy. I've heard mention of it, like what people say, why would you want to go in there and why haven't they torn it down and this, that and the other. And I thought it was completely abandoned, so I wanted to go and have a poke around, but I never found the place, never saw it. Even though I ran past it once or twice. I think I skirted a bit too wide around it more than anything. But it's kind of blends into the scenery a little bit. And then when I actually got into the place, it was quite cool to have a look around. Still don't quite get why he's been holed up in there and hasn't stuck his nose out the door if he's supposed to be an ambassador. His role in having something to do with the archives, protecting the archives was what he was talking about as his major reason for staying. But so it makes it sound like he doesn't have any contact with the rest of House Varun. He's just a lone dude. So that would make him an ambassador in name and nothing else, which is weird. Like the idea that he wouldn't have any connection to the not crazy part of the faction. Yeah, I feel like there could have been a bit more there. Maybe there's a bit more if you're House Varun orientated. I assume there are dialogue options and stuff that go there. But, excuse me. I would definitely have liked to have learned a bit more about what the heck's going on there. But it was a fun little thing to explore through. And, yeah. Gonna be kind of interesting. A whole lot of people doing a whole lot of bad stuff going on, eh? Getting involved in government intrigues. It's never the path to sanity and joy and happiness and good mental health, really, is it? But I'm really enjoying the story so far to work through here. The Vanguard questline. And from what I gather, the whole thing with the Crimson Fleet's very, very cool as well. And that's going to be interesting. Definitely down for that, if they're going to be above and board. And, like, again, that whole thing's from the UC side. And helping out the UC, do we trust the UC? This, that, and the other comes back in. But from the history of the Crimson Fleet, they started out as a Freestar Collective problem, started hassling the Freestar Collective, and then sort of grew and expanded and became a problem for everybody. So we're doing the Freestar Collective a favour if we hammer on the Crimson Fleet anyway, so that's good. Room's despised, so he's got no reason to leave. Yeah. He has to stay on the planet for his job that he never expects to actually have to do. Yeah, I mean, they've got an embassy, they've got an ambassador. Why wouldn't they use them? Yeah, I know they're a bit generally despised. But after the Serpent's Crusade, they settled down and tried to get involved with society and stuff, and then just sort of pulled back and kind of disappeared into space to do their own thing from the vibe I've got so far. They haven't actually... It's just the Zealots that are the problem. Obviously, a lot of... What is going on? Oh, maybe it's just... Gone really quiet. This track might be weird. It has gone quiet. I'm going to skip it. Okay, that looks better. Yeah, I maybe they're off just doing their own thing or something, and maybe it'll come back in through some of the DLCs. I imagine it probably is going to, but you know, they've got that ambassador and everything set up. I would expect them to take advantage of it. And you'd think, like, they say, oh, well, we haven't spoken to him in 4 years, he might be dead inside the embassy. It's like, well, you never sent anybody in to find out. You never really tried to make contact. You think something would have come of this sooner. But no, he's just been living down there as a kind of hermit inside the embassy for a while and not having any conversations. It just seems like, at best, a wasted opportunity for House Varun. And at worst, it's just a bit weird. But either way, it was fun. Really PCs, he's gotten contact from home base again. Okay, so he hasn't had contact in ages, but has finally gotten contact again. Okay, I didn't read that. I probably should have done, actually. I meant to. I think I forgot. Oh, I see. That's interesting, guy. Maybe I should have read that. One of the heads of the room was there for a diplomatic dinner and got insulted by a UC general, and she literally just packed up and left, and the whole lot walked away. I can kind of see that happening, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I can sort of see that happening, like a diplomatic insult resulting in strained and greatly reduced relations. But you'd think in the course of 4 years, there will be a cause at some occasion for the ambassador to at least talk to people from the other two factions once in a while. Something would come up in 4 years with House Room. But maybe if they're far enough out into their own corners of space and not having anything to do with anybody else, literally being somewhat isolationist, I could see them... I can't see why maybe not. Yeah, it's interesting. Kind of wish I'd read that terminal now. I did mean to, but I forgot. We shall see. Still, interested to see where the story goes and how it develops and stuff, and hopefully there'll be a solution at the end of it whereby we can kind of take action to end the storyline in a way that is consistent with the way I want to play, because, I absolutely do not want to keep the UC secret at the end of this. Maybe it'll start a war. Maybe it'll just cause a serious diplomatic incident. I think that's probably more likely, certainly the more realistic scenario. Over one man who's been in a prison cell the whole time, they're not going to start over war over that. They go up in flames, yeah, but not on that. They wouldn't be like, sending warships to attack New Atlantis. But what the heck the UC's up to? Using him to hunt down their war criminals, they have absolutely no interest. Why they would have any interest, rather, in hunting down their own war criminals. Outwardly there's an element that they want to be seen to not be that anymore, as far as their relationship with particularly Freestar, but also House Faroon to a lesser degree. They want to put a better face out for the rest of the world and not be seen to be the bad guy anymore. So in that regard, being seen to catch their previous war criminals and put them on trial and lock them up and stuff is a good thing from an image standpoint. But they did it with the three leaders. They don't really need to bother with anybody else, unless, of course, they just want to make sure they don't end up in Freestar hands, which that might have something to do with it. But yeah, they're using him for capturing sort of, those people. It just doesn't fit, If you look at the real world, you don't very often hear of countries trying to bring their own citizens to trial for war crimes unless they've got something to gain for it in a big way. Some new regime has something big to gain from it. If massive regime change might bring that about, but that's not what happened here. So yeah, the people in charge have changed, but not in that kind of a way. So it's all a little bit like, Yeah, with high speech, you're able to dictate what happens. You had a lot of options at the end, Steve. Well, hopefully we'll be able to get a good version of it, because, I definitely feel like making sure that the Xeno warfare thing doesn't get started up, making sure the UC, once the whole situation with the Terramorphs is resolved, hopefully a solution to the Terramorph problem overall and some knowledge about their origins and stuff like that will come out. That should be potentially interesting. Should finish it off next time, Caleb. That's interesting. Yeah, well, we'll see, I guess. And hopefully I can sort of end it in a way that feels satisfying to me. Sufficient role-playing options is really what I'm hoping for at the end there. I know there's a limit to just how much you can realistically squeeze in terms of options, but hopefully there'll be something that I can come away feeling satisfied with. So we'll see how it goes. Anyway, folks, that one will happen on Monday. Just checking what day it is. I thought it was Friday. I've kind of been slacking on the camp build, so I should have one up on Saturday, tomorrow. We'll see how that goes. I'm going to do a little bit of it this evening before I crash out. And hopefully I'll have a video up tomorrow. Might be a bit later than I prefer, but we'll see. So that's the current plan. Other than that, going to have a new Starfield video probably on the New Atlantis apartment, I guess, from the look of things, up at the beginning of next week. Monday, Tuesday, one or the other. So yeah, that should be cool. Looking forward to exploring that. And yeah, we'll see what else we do in the week from there. But in terms of streaming through Starfield, we'll be back at it on Monday, which should be cool. You pleased how it ended? Think that'll be a mostly satisfying ending, yeah. I mean, so far so good. I hope there's some cool twists and turns. I hope there's some really cool information comes out of it. We'll learn some cool stuff. Like I say, I'm enjoying the story so far, even if there's times that, like, there's the odd character who want to wring their bleeding neck. But yeah, I am mostly enjoying it. Didn't like. I kind of wish there was an option as soon as I found out about Vavik just to do a 180 and bomb it towards the Freestar Collective's embassy. Even if you like doing that, obviously would kind of screw the whole story over. So maybe have yourself get assassinated for doing it and it reload. I don't know. Have somebody blow you up, or somebody bump into you in the street and kill you, or something. Some kind of spy does a whole kind of assassination type deal, so you don't make it to the embassy and you can't tell them. But there would be a way you could handle that, because my every instinct as a Freestar guy is like, let's go over there and tell them what the hell the UC's up to. Because you'd be mad not to, kind of. Especially after you've got the data out of the archives. Because, the Red Devils are a Marine detachment. That makes them Navy, which makes them under his command, which means he was pretty much directly involved in the Xeno warfare stuff, which is why he knows who these team members are, presumably, and where to find them. So, yeah, it's... You definitely want to get over there and do something about it. But, yeah, if they want to prevent you from ruining that story by doing that, I mean, on the one hand, maybe they should also let you ruin the story by doing that, because... or maybe like put a massive fork in there, so you do that and the whole direction of the story changes, and suddenly you're working, spying a lot harder for the Freestar Collective throughout the whole situation, instead of instead of being quite so UC orientated. That could change the direction of the story a little bit. There's a lot of things they could have done there that they kind of didn't, I think. Been spoiled by the level of freedom Baldur's Gate 3 offers. Yeah, it is remarkable, and it basically probably would let you do that, wouldn't it? I don't know. There might not be dialogue on that front when you actually got there in that game, but I also haven't pushed that far on with Baldur's Gate. I haven't played it since before Starfield came out. I really want to, but I'm kind of too busy to do that at the moment. Yeah. One of those two things. Either have the player be assassinated as they go and try and tell the Freestar Collective person, and you don't make it for that reason, which would be kind of epic, but also interesting. It would be a little bit, because obviously then you just reload and try and do it again and get assassinated again, and I don't know. Like, yeah, I mean, there are ways you could do that in a way that was fun, but also maybe letting it... Like, you got the Inside Man thing with the whole Crimson Fleet quest line. Maybe with this one, you could be spying for the Freestar Collective. Like, there's a whole way they could just kind of flip that so that there's two forks that kind of go together, but kind of don't. It's also like you're reporting back to the Freestar, but they also want you to keep going through to try and stop this Terramorph threat. And you're taking certain actions to sabotage any potential further use beyond the Terramorph situation. So it's like there's definitely a different tone and where they could take it, even if it doesn't fundamentally change the steps that you're going through for the main story. Because you've still got to work with Hadrian, and still got to hunt down, find the people you need to find, and then do whatever it is we've got to do next in terms of stopping them. So you'd still have to do most of that, but it would just kind of change the context a little bit and have you reporting back and taking some extra options to modify the outcome and stuff. I don't know. I think they could have done that, and that would have been... I think it's a bit of a missed opportunity there. Anyway, I think I'm going to head off and have myself another beverage and a chill before I crash out. So, thank you all for hanging out tonight. Hope you've had fun. We'll do this all again on Monday and potentially finish the storyline and Hopefully I'll figure out some kind of title for the stream, and yeah, we'll find out what's going on. Hopefully get answers to all of our questions. Should be cool. But that one's for next week. So in the meantime, yeah, watch out for the video over the weekend. Like, subs, social media links, merch store, all that good stuff down below. Notification bell, and yeah, have yourselves a good weekend. Look after yourselves, stay safe. Thank you all for hanging out. I hope you've had fun, and I'll catch you hopefully bright-eyed and bushy-tailed on Monday. So, till then, see you next time. Have a good night, folks. See ya.